Okay, welcome everybody. Welcome to our second working session, Thursday, February 16th, 2023, as we take another day at the budget. I just want to stress it's been a collective team effort, and I mean that. It's been a real team effort, and I applaud everyone's efforts. Today we'll continue to work together to present an efficient, resident-driven budget for 2023. So we're just going to start right off, and we're going to get into it. So in our first budget working session, there were some issues that were raised by council that staff are going to report back on for clarification and further decision making. But before we get into those, I just wanted to thank our GM for getting us this far and for taking us this far. And, your guidance and your leadership, of course, with the CAO is greatly, greatly appreciated. And I just say thank you to everybody in the room today. So, GM, could you just kind of, push the ball down the hill to get us rolling? Thank you.
Yes, one taxpayer.
Actually, you know what, GM, you're right. It's not one taxpayer. Former Councillor Francis Sainsbury is here today. I want to welcome former Councillor Francis Sainsbury. Thank you. You know what? You've never missed a budget meeting, whether you're on council or off council, so I commend you for that. Thank you, GM.
And I suppose we do have some people watching on YouTube, so all those people that are out there in La La Land, then we appreciate your participation and attendance. I don't have a lot to add. We've gone through the budget a couple of times. I have no presentation, so I'm sure you're all glad about that. And part of the basis for this morning's discussion will be the last report that was on the web and that was used for the agenda. So there were many recommendations. I'm not even sure how many we ended up with. 18, so there's 18 recommendations from the budget, and if they're not pulled, they will go forward to the council meeting. But I also wanted to indicate that as a result of those 18 recommendations, we have resulted in a change to our tax rate of 3.81 to be specific, but 3.8, and combined with the county and the educational tax rate, that comes to a combined rate of 3.62%. So just as a piece of information to start this morning's deliberations and discussions, this is what's been the result to date of the conversation on the topic of the budget. And so I'll turn the rest of the information back over to the chair, the mayor, and he can continue the deliberations. From what I was, the impression that I'm under, that we talked quite a lot about capital at the last budget cycle, and I think the focus should be a little more on the operating budget this morning.
Thank you, GM. So the 3.8, just to clarify for the people watching at home, does that include the 1% tax increase that we are putting aside to go into reserves? That's no. So it's 3.8 plus the 1% that we are putting into our asset management. Okay, sorry, I just wanted to clarify for everybody watching. So, council, if you can go to, if you're okay, if you can go to our agenda today. As the GM said, there was 18 different reports that came back. Does any member of council wish to pull any of them for further discussion? And I would look to Councillor Jacks, if you'd like to.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Yes.
I have two that were specifically referenced from our second budget meeting. The first would be no, it was not listed as the 2023 capital project list. However, it was brought as for special consideration around the Tottenham Conservation Area upper washroom and shower project. The staff, since we last met, was good enough to and patient enough to facilitate my questions, and there were many, and provide some additional information that I'd like to present to council for consideration. So in the spirit of keeping things focused on operating budget today and not spending too much time in capital, I will just highlight the couple of facts of which between the 2017 and 2018 budget, specifically changed in 2018-18044, that project continues to have carryover of $743,000, and that is sitting in reserve prior to the 2023 budget request of the additional $378,000 required for this project from Asset Management Reserve. So although it doesn't change the total cost of the project, which is, some might feel extraordinary, there is just under 750,000 in reserve dedicated to this project. This project will take several months, but because it is a new separate build, a dwelling that is going to be beside the existing facilities, it will not impact the 2023 summer season for the income stream that is generated through camping permits and rentals from the conservation area. What I am respectfully requesting from my council is that we reinsert the project into the 2023 budget.
Okay, so for clarification, we're going to go ahead and continue with the build of the washrooms. And I would look to the GM, and the additional capital money for that would come from,
Through your worship, just for clarification, you are expecting the additional
78,000.
Through your worship to council, it's asset replacement.
thank you. So clarify that the request is on the floor to go ahead, and the money's not coming from taxation, it's coming from asset replacement. Just want to make that clear. Is there a seconder for that? The deputy mayor. Is there any comments or questions? Councillor Biss, please.
Thank you, Worship. Through your worship to staff, can you just remind me what the total cost is, including the new, I guess there's some new funding?
Thank you. I go to the GM, to her to direct.
Through your worship to council, it's $522,000.
That's the total cost.
No. May I ask a question?
Oh, 1 second. I'll just look. Yeah. Sorry, she's got the paper copies. I know how that's like.
It's not in the binder. It's not in the binder. No.
Right. It's 1 point. Through your worship, I need to take a moment to
By all
get my
means.
pieces composed and get you the answer that you're looking for.
No worries. We'll come back to this. We'll just put this in the parking lot while you get your answers, and then we will move on to the next one. So, Councillor Jacks, you said you had two. What was the second one, please?
The second is Parks 2023-004, which is the Tottenham Tennis Court resurfacing. A couple of points of interest for consideration by council. The Tottenham Tennis Club is, per agreement with the town, committed to 1/3 of the cost of the court resurfacing or reconstruction. And in a chance to confirm with them directly, they are happy to honor that commitment. So their portion of the $475,000 that is proposed currently in asset replacement would be less $180,000. In addition to that, the tennis club in Tottenham specifically has also expressed interest and are agreeable to adding the capability of the courts to be used for pickleball with a dual paint system of the lines so that both regulation courts are available on the surface. And what that is with the expressed intent to grow the membership base and generate more of an income stream and revenue for the town through an expanded membership. So with those two considerations in mind, I would like to reimpose project number 2023-004 for budget consideration, which is the Tottenham Tennis Court resurfacing. Thank you.
Thank you. Just, somebody asked me a question. Do you have to be a member of the Tottenham Tennis? I'm not sure if you would know this. Do you have to be a member of the Tottenham Tennis Club to be able to play on the tennis courts? Thank you, Councillor Jacks.
Yes, currently the membership for the season, which runs, if you ask the president, he will say can run up to 8 months, but it's about a 6-month season, and it's $75 for an individual, $150 for a family, which includes 2 adults and their children. And then there is a reduced membership rate, forgive me for not remembering it off the top of my head, for youth. And that gains you or grants you access to the courts from the scheduled hours of operation, which I believe is 5 a.m. till 11 p.m. The tennis club, I think it's worth noting that their fees, in addition to being put into reserve to assist with the project for resurfacing and reconstruction, they also it's nonprofit, but the fees go directly to lights, and it is the tennis club's responsibility to pay for the utilities to keep the lights on at night, as well as insurance. And I believe Deputy Mayor McClellan might be able to confirm. I believe yesterday we were quoted that there is in excess of $7 million annually in insurance policy. So it's comprehensive. But Mayor, to answer your question very directly, one of those options for membership is required to gain access to the courts.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's what I wanted to know. Victoria, did you want to? And I appreciate the information.
Thank you, Mayor Norcross. What the public can utilize the club for is they do summer camps, and they also do coaching, I believe. Lessons, sorry. And you don't have to be a member to participate in that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Harrison McIntyre, please.
So for those people who may take offense to the fact that it's, that you have to pay to be a membership, it's no different than me going to the gym. I have to pay to go to the gym. It's just that they're acting as the administrators for this. So just to be clear, if it's pretty much the same thing.
No, I was just, somebody asked me and I didn't have the answer to the question, so I said, I'll get the answer for you, and then I'm sure they'd want to join. So I'm just going to keep going down the row here. Councillor Rappin.
Thank you. Through you to council or to staff. In speaking with an executive member, I was told that one court was done last year, so I'm just wondering if that was figured into the price, because when it was presented a couple weeks ago, it sounded like we were doing all 3. So I just wanted to verify that. And the other thing is, they look after the cost of 1/3. Will that result in an increase in membership, thus making it then harder for public, like if they're saying they're going to pay for 1/3, does that mean they increase the membership to look after that cost, is what I'm trying to say, which then makes it more cost prohibitive perhaps to some public?
Okay.
Thank you.
Does staff want to answer before yes, I'd go to staff, please.
Your Worship, through you to Councillor Rappin, yes, that's our understanding. Court 3, which is the southerly court, has already been constructed. So the item before us today is courts 1 and 2, which are the 2 to the north.
Thank you for that. Councillor Gabrick, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I can't remember from the original sheet that was presented to us, what happens if we don't do it this year? You were out visiting the courts. Are they in a state of terrible disrepair?
I see from the nodding of the heads, but I'm going to go to the general manager, to staff, to report on the condition, if you can.
Your worship, I don't have much more information to,
Okay.
to offer. I do know from some of the documentation, there is a small retaining wall on the CP side of the tracks, of the property. And there is erosion, and with freeze thaw, further degradation would occur if the work is not done.
Thank you. Is that acceptable? Okay, thank you. So Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Mayor Norcross. The original ask was $475. So is it correct if there's other partners that this ask will be reduced for that? So it's not really a $475 ask, it would be a $160,000 ask because there's two other partners? I just want to clarify that, and then I just had an additional comment.
Okay, so I'm going to go to the general manager, please. Sorry, on the ask. Councillor Foster is... Does anybody want to take it? I'll go to the general manager, Hoppy, please.
Your worship, I can probably assist here. The total cost is the $475. The 1/3 will be recovered from the tennis club, if that helps.
Okay, thank you, GM Hoppy. So then that ask is dropped down to $315. Well, I get the mechanics of it all. You're asking for $475, and then we'll see a credit back of $160 in the following year, but still the original cost is $475. Okay, I get it. But either way, in essence, the bottom line cost is $315. Okay, and then second of all, just some food for thought. If I'm not mistaken, I think the Alliston Tennis Club, when they embarked on some repairs, was there not an agreement that was just signed very recently that demanded that they open up their courts for some public hours? I'm sure I read that agreement, and there was some provision in there that stopped the tennis club from exclusivity. And so I just wondered to myself if there's not some provisions to cover that, so that it does become a bit more of an open.
Thank you. I'm going to go to General Manager Hoppy then for the answer on the last question, please.
So Your worship, there's I'll defer to my colleagues in a second, but to answer this question specifically, it is a non-exclusive agreement that the town has. So the town does have the ability, if we so chose, to work with the club to have access off of their core hours.
Supplementary, if I could?
Please go ahead.
But have you not, I guess the more direct question is, that provision may exist, but was that provision not enacted at the Alliston Tennis Club related to 2 hours, or am I mistaken?
Your worship, if I could, I'm not familiar specifically with the Alliston. I know both agreements do have the very same clause. They're both, executed in the last year or two, and they both have mirrored languages. I don't know specifically whether the town has exercised, but I can look that up.
So would that be okay, Councillor Foster? I believe the ask is the councillor wants to know what it is, so will you be able to provide that agreement to him?
Through your
If I
worship.
could, I don't think that it's really relevant so much, as long as the agreement currently exists, that the town does have some proprietary rights to say, we need some open, I don't need any details, it will just bog the process down, thank you.
Thank you.
Through your worship to council, the motion from council last year was specifically that should we want to, we could communicate. But the council has never directed staff to do that yet. We could, but we haven't been directed to do that.
As long as it exists, that was my question.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, did you have a...
Thank you. I just wanted to add something I remembered from the meeting we had the other day was they also allowed the high school, St. Thomas, to use the courts free of charge for their gym classes as well. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I just asked an innocent question. I had no, somebody asked me a question, I didn't have an answer, so I said, oh, no problem. So I looked to the GM, are we able to circle back then to some of the financial information that we were looking for at number 6 with the Tottenham Conservation Area washrooms?
For your worship, we are. So the numbers here, what has changed from the presentation and working session to staff asked for an additional $378,000. So what has changed from that period to today, thus the confusion, is a 10% contingency has been added to the project to bring the value up to 1.25. And I believe the report rounded the number to 1.3. So with the contingency added, which is now the request of staff, the project would be valued at 1.25.
Okay. So Councillor Bissett, was your question? Does that answer your question?
Just supplementary, and I see that, through your worship, sorry, to GM Bedford, so 35,000 has already been expended on the building design. Was that factored into previous council's budgets and already paid for?
Your
GM?
worship, yes, it was.
Through your worship, one last question. So we're still looking at about, still, because that's a bit of a rounding error considering the contingency, we're still looking at about a $1.3 million project, is that correct?
With a $50,000 rounding, yes.
Okay, so we do have a motion on the floor. Oh, sorry, Councillor Gabrick.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Jacks referenced a reserve fund that had been set aside previously. Would that offset the 1.25 and the 30,000?
Go to the GM, Bedford, please.
Through your worship, so the reserve fund is the asset replacement reserve, which is used to fund many projects. So it's not a specific reserve for this project, it's the general asset replacement reserve. And why it's a reserve, and I'll take a little liberty because it's fairly new council, what happens is when we do a capital project or when council approves a capital project and it doesn't get completed in the year, it's automatically carried forward to the future year using the same funding source as what was originally designed. So the project doesn't disappear. It's still being attempted to be completed using the same source.
Follow up.
Thank you. So what is the current balance in that reserve?
Through your worship, it's 743,000. Thank you.
Okay, so, Councillor Foster.
Sorry, through your worship, to Councillor Gabrick, just a clarification. You meant for that project. You don't mean for the asset replacement reserve? Oh, the entire asset replacement reserve? Okay, so we'll. Do you have that at your fingertips? Through your worship, it's approximately $2 million, including changes that were made in working session number 2.
Okay, Councillor Foster, then I'm going to call a vote.
Thank you, Mayor Norcross. So just a couple of points of clarification. In the memorandum attachment 1, it refers to the original project had an approved budget of $743,000. It says the upper project, washroom project was recently tendered with a low bid of approximately 1.3. So maybe it's just the wording that I'm not understanding is we budgeted 743, but we approved a tender at 1.3, and now we're coming back and asking for the 522. So I don't think that the wording in here represents the actual situation. I just like to understand it first, if I could.
Through your worship, for clarification, the tender has not been approved because we do not have the budget available to do that. So this is the discussion in front of you now as to whether.
And that's, thank you for supplementary. It says the upper washroom project was recently tendered. And then there's a comment down here. It says the tender has expressed rights of cancellation. Please note the cancellation of a tender does give rise to the potential for a bid dispute. Anyways, we're not going to go down that rabbit hole. My question is that It's really $522,000 to fully complete this project with the contingency, hook up the washrooms correctly, to not have a septic system, not use the existing pumping. This is a full, complete solution. I see GM Hoppy.
Well, here, so
Just
that's the question out, so I'm gonna go to the general manager, Hoppy, then.
So your worship, through you to Councillor Foster, the proposal is not to hook it into the sanitary sewer system. The proposal is to replace the holding tank with a new lift tank, but it is not a septic system and it is not sanitary sewer, just to be clear.
Okay, supplementary. So that lift tank will drain into the sewers? No.
Go ahead,
Okay,
GM.
so let me ask a question. It's a complete solution in the Tottenham Conservation Area without going into all the specifics?
Your worship, that's
Okay.
correct.
That's all. So we would expect reasonably, without any cost increases, that $500,000 additional dollars would complete this project with no other surprises. Okay, so then my comment was, I think since that project was in the books, and it needs to be completed, I would support that project. But in the interest of the Tottenham tennis courts and looking that it's $1 million request for two projects, that I could support one, but I wouldn't support the both. So I would support, for me personally, I would support the completion of the upper washrooms, but not the tennis courts, due to the costs and what we're trying to accomplish in this budget by reducing a bunch of other capital projects. So I would ask my colleague if she would amend the motion.
I'm going to do them separately. So the first motion I do have on the floor, and it was moved by Councillor Jack, seconded by the Deputy Mayor, is that we continue ahead with the conservation area renovations. So that's been moved and duly seconded. We've had comment, very good discussion, Council, so all those in favor? That carries, thank you. The next one, and I'll just look at the GM, I think we had all the information about the tennis courts. We've had good discussion on that. So Councillor Jacks, you're putting a motion forward that we go ahead with the tennis courts. I'm going to call it revitalization or asset replacement. Do you have a seconder for the tennis courts, please? Councillor Harrison McIntyre will second the tennis courts. So all those, sorry, I'll go to the general manager, please.
Through your worship, could I ask for clarification from council? At this point in time, we have not had reassurance, or we have not had confirmation, I guess, from the tennis club that they can, of the arrangement of their payment of their portion of the project. So there has been no communication between staff and the tennis club on how that would be paid. So we would need, and how many years? So we don't know that.
Sorry, go ahead, GM.
So we would be looking for direction from council as to what they think would be a reasonable negotiation with the tennis club for their portion.
Okay, so would you prefer, I'll do it, do you want to add that to the motion, that there's a satisfactory repayment schedule negotiated between council staff and the tennis club?
Through your worship, that would work, and what we could do is if we could get that information between now and February 27th, we could include that in the motion for the actual council approval of the budget. It could say specifically at that moment, you know, that the tennis court project would be completed with a 10-year or a 5-year repayment cycle from the tennis club, and then council could make the final decision on that project at the time of the.
Thank you for that advice, General Manager. Councillor Jacks, Councillor Harrison McIntyre. Okay, so this amended motion that we go ahead with the tennis courts, subject to a satisfactory repayment schedule negotiated between the town and the Tottenham Tennis Club. Okay, great. All those in favor of that motion that's on the floor, please? And that carries. Thank you. Council, is there any other of these items that are here? Councillor Gabrick, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. The final item, number 18, the alternate solutions for the fitness space at the NTRC to address the $500,000 in needs that would happen if it was at the NTRC. I'm just wondering if staff has that report.
It's there, actually, I read it. There were 4 options that were presented to us: Thousand Memorial Arena, Upstairs Hall, Museum on the Boyne, the new town hall, or leaving at the NTRC. That's, so if you go to the agenda and you scroll all the way to the end, members of council will be there. So the one option, Councillor Gabrick, number 3 is, the third option staff will be further investigating is a public meeting room at the new town hall. This is a larger room that is located on the upper level. It has windows overlooking the courtyard atrium, carpet on the floor. Depending on usage, the potential exists to use this room during normal daytime hours. Staffing and payments would not be a concern. That's okay. Thank you. Okay, and then sorry, Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Mayor Norcross. A couple of questions. On point 4, that the budget for Fire Station 4 be increased by $865,000 and funded through debenture. I believe, is that, just to clarify, is that $865,000 to the budget or $865,000 to the contingency? Pretty sure in the last comment it was made that it was referred to as the contingency. Can I just get clarification for that, for number 4, please? I thought so.
Through your worship, I'm going to have to look that up myself as well.
Okay, thank you. I know, I just think it's important that it comes formally through the finance department. So,
Your worship,
Yeah.
I have some assistants here, and
Perfect.
she's looking at my actual PowerPoint from working session 2. And I specifically wrote that it was due to the contingency, so I am confident that that's what it was.
Okay, so Councillor Foster to the contingency.
No, thank you for the clarification. Moving on to number 8. There's, just for clarification, there's a section here about staffing request, defer CMMS and IT programmer. If this is passed, okay, so that will defer that when we talk about staffing requests. That's what that's going to achieve. Thank you. And then number 13. The last comment, it says, and further than any future park and equipment replacement program as a result of the park master plan, have a priority investment in the Tottenham area. I don't recall that conversation. If you can just refresh when,
Through your worship to Councillor Foster. So there was a master plan list of the equipment that needed to be refurbished, replaced, and Tottenham was on the top of that master plan list. And I think the compromise was that they would be willing, or council would be willing to defer all of the replacement of the equipment to have a bigger review of the condition of the equipment. However, because Tottenham was on the top of the list, that they would get priority once the new master plan was created.
thank you. I wasn't looking to change it. I was just looking for number 17 to address the stair tread. I know it's covered in second. I know they're 7 feet long. I know there's 17 stair treads, but at a cost of $27,000, that's about $1,500 a stair tread. It's just not something that, to me, I just don't see that. So I would move that we strike that from the budget or ask staff to please go back and look at a different option related to number 17. So I guess I'd put that as a motion.
I believe, thank you, but I believe it's already been removed from the budget, if I understand. So as it stands right now, the staircase treads are not included in the budget, so somebody would have to actually move to put them back into the budget. So Councillor Foster, your suggestion, we'll leave them out of the budget?
Thank you for the clarification. I just wanted to establish that level of certainty. I have a couple more, but I don't want to occupy too much time.
Okay, so maybe I read the, Deputy Mayor, thank you. Maybe I read the report wrong. So they are in the budget? Because the way I see it is that upgrades be reduced to 129,500 by removing the flooring replacement and the, gotcha. Okay, then that was mine. So thank you, Council, for your help. So moved by Councillor Foster, seconded by Councillor Masters, that they be removed. Councillor Biss, comment, question?
Thank you, Your Worship. A couple comments. I mean, I think we had a very eloquent deputation made by Mrs. Moore on Monday, explaining to and reminding us, really, just reminding us of how important the AMA is, not only to servicing, you know, our local community, being within 15 minutes walking distance of, you know, 3 wards. Also the fact that it serves a very, very important purpose by honoring and remembering our veterans. I mean, we have multiple murals on the side of the building, all paid for by the Cenotaph Committee. I remember when I was a member of the Cenotaph Committee, Mr. Hart Holstrom and Marilyn Holstrom were very passionate about not only the murals themselves, but also the fact that we are going to be using the Memorial Arena to honor our veterans. I also looked at this attachment number 2, the memorandum. It doesn't just talk about replacing stairs. It also talks about creating safer landings, as well as improving and disposing, so including additional concrete and disposing of the existing material. So it's not just kind of replacing the tops of the stairs. I also note, I think I've heard this from maybe staff, that the elevator will soon also have to be replaced. So I would recommend we keep this in this budget in order to maintain the level of safety, the condition of the Alice Memorial Arena, because in future budgets we're going to have to replace the elevator, and it would be a very cost prohibitive year if we were going to replace both the stairway and the elevator in the same year. So I will not support removing this from the budget. Public safety is important. I believe this is a safety feature. We talked about this at our last meeting, and certainly we've also recognized the fact that it's one of our most used facilities in the town. So I hope that council will not support this motion, but will vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you for those words, Councillor Biss. The motion was moved by Councillor Foster, so he'll have the last say before I call a vote. So I'm going to go around the table, and I'll go to Councillor Rapton. You have your hand up, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I thought we left it in because we were concerned about safety, but I also recognize Councillor Foster's question as to why is it so much money. So I'm wondering if there's some way that we can better understand why they're asking for so much money for this, and if it makes sense, then move forward with it rather than just remove it completely. Because, like I said, I thought we had agreed to this because it was a safety concern.
I think my understanding, Councillor Rapin, is that we were questioning how much money it was going to cost and what the price tag was, and that staff was going to investigate and come back and explain why it was so expensive. And when you read the report, it basically says in the last couple of years, the company that's supplying the quote has said their cost of materials have gone up, it says right here, 100%. So they're just blaming it on the increase of of the materials. So that's kind of why the drastic price increase. It says, as with most products and building materials, the costs have risen upwards of 100% in the past few years. And a cost breakdown of each section is as follows. So the risers, the stairwell landings, the upper landing, and they also have a $2,500 contingency fund they would like placed in there. So, yeah.
Could I follow up?
Please.
If that's the case, then, and if it's being done strictly for safety, I'm not going to ask for it to be removed. unless, of course, we're not using the upstairs anymore. If we don't plan on using the upstairs, then why fix the stairs? But if we are gonna keep using the upstairs, then I really think that for safety, we should be considering it. Thank you.
No, that's a fair comment. So I'm going to go to the GM, and I think the question, there's two asked. One, is this a safety issue for the facility? And two, we do get more than one quote when we do these types of projects. We're not just going to one supplier where they're just advising us. So I'm going to go to you, and you can direct wherever you'd like to go. I saw somebody in the back going like this and then like this. So, however, I just like it to come through the microphones if I can, so it's recorded. Thank you.
Your worship, if you prefer, I can answer, but
Please.
Our manager of procurement here, we do get multiple quotes, if that's helpful.
Okay, and then can your manager of procurement confirm there were multiple quotes given on this specific project?
Your worship, at this point, this is just staff's estimate.
Okay. Okay. All right, so this is a staff estimate at this point. And second question that was asked by Councillor Rappin, is this a safety issue for the building, or is there another issue as to why this was being proposed?
Your worship, I would suggest yes, that this is a safety issue.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other comments or questions? Councillor Foster, it's your motion. You have the last word before the vote's called, please.
Thank you, Mayor Norcross. First of all, to Councillor Biss, it's not an indictment on the arena in any way, shape, or form, so thank you for the history, but it's not an indictment on the overall arena. Second of all, to Councillor Rappin, this is not a comment about safety. If safety is the ultimate issue, then I think everyone here is concerned about safety. I just want to put it out there that $1,500 for a stair tread seems unreasonable, so it doesn't suggest it's not being done. Maybe there's other alternatives. If the 7 foot, maybe you only need to do the 4 foot section that you'd walk on. I'm just simply asking for consideration of the taxpayer's dollar. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Councillor Foster. So we have a motion moved by Councillor Foster, second by Councillor Masters. Okay, that the money be removed for the stair treads from the budget. All those in favor, please. And that does not carry. Okay, thank you, Council. Okay, so back to the report, Deputy Mayor. Did you want to address an issue on this, please?
Yes, thank you. Just what we were just speaking of the AMA. So when I look down the breakdown of costs, maybe it would be prudent to us just to focus on specifically the stair treads, which is an approximate cost of $14,000. And maybe not do, it says the stairwell landings, $3,000, and the upper landing area, $7,500. I'm not sure if those things are able to be separated, but if it's something that can be separated, maybe we just focus on doing the stair treads instead of the entirety of the project proposed at this time.
Thank you for those comments. So, Councillor Harrison, I see you, but 1 second, please. I'm just looking to GM Hoppy. Those comments were being noted that the deputy. Thank you. I just would like clarification. Now I'll go to Councillor Harrison McIntyre, please.
Just really quickly, anyone who's undertaken a project, and that's a lot of us, knows that part of the cost is bringing the person to the site. So having the person on site is less expensive to do it now than to have to call them back in a year or 2 years to do the other part. While they're there, they're doing it, just get it all done and do it properly.
Thank you for those comments. And then I do, with respect, would like to ask, though, there are some jobs, because we do have a maintenance department, that we look to see if we can do ourselves, because stair treads is basically, something that may fall under that purview. So when we do have the expertise to do maintenance on our facilities, do we take advantage of our skilled staff?
Your worship, yes, we do where we can, yes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. So is there any other comments or questions in regards to what was left from the last meeting? Councillor Biss.
Thank you, Worship. Through your worship to council and to staff, I bring attention to item number 1, specifically the cricket field for $103,000. I'm not sure if everyone is familiar with the fact that we have two cricket clubs in Alliston. We have the Alliston Cricket Club and the Alliston Cricket League. Two groups of young, one's focused on more younger people and the other one's focused mainly on adults. I think many of us would agree that we need to diversify the type of recreational facilities and activities that we offer to our ever diverse residents that are moving into our town. So I would like to bring back the cricket field, something that I think is important because we've received a lot of positive input about the membership, the fact, like I said, we've got two leagues, a cricket club and league, and I think it would be useful for us to bring it back. And I do believe, Your Worship, you were suggesting that Mel Mitchell Field would be the proper location. So through Your Worship to staff, may I just ask, this $103,000, this was to be located at Mel Mitchell Field, is that correct?
General Manager.
Your Worship, through you to Councillor Biss. The $103,000, I'd have to go back. We've talked about a couple of different sites, but I know that was the discussion at the last working session. In order to provide a temporary location at Mel Mitchell would be significantly less than the 103. I would suggest in the range of $25,000 to $30,000 if that was council's direction.
And sorry, can I just clarify something? I'm going to go right back to Councillor Biss, but just for some of the new members of council, we have a reserve fund that is the park, and is it the Park Enhancement Fund, that we use to enhance our existing parks. So could I go to the GM just for some of the new councillors so they know what this is? Or do you want to go to, sorry,
Park and lieu, cash and lieu.
just, yeah, sorry, Allison, I appreciate it, but I'd really like to give everybody an opportunity here.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think you're speaking about the cash in lieu of Parkland Reserve. So we collect that as developers come forward with applications. It's a condition that they either provide us with parkland or an equivalent value that we put into a reserve for future renovations. I would ask, I don't know what the balance is off the top of my head. GM Bedford, do you have that? Or we can ask staff.
I'll ask, yes, sorry, 1 second. So I'll ask staff. So council, we do have this cash and lieu park fund. And then if we have an existing field, Mel Mitchell, for example, so we would like to change one of the soccer pitches into a cricket field or add, delete, whatever. Does that qualify under this fund? I believe it does, but I just want to clarify. And I look to the CAO, and the CAO's...
Yes, yes, Your Worship.
so
It would qualify.
Okay, so it would qualify under this, so, okay. No, I got everyone's hands. I will go around the horseshoe. I just wanted to get clarification from some of the new councillors that that's where it come from. So, Councillor Biss, go ahead.
Thank you, Worship. In lieu of what we've just heard, I'd like to put the motion on the floor that the cricket field for a budget of $103,000 be considered in the 2023 budget. The funding source would be cash in lieu of parkland. I will also make the caveat that staff have the flexibility to identify the most cost-effective method of achieving this, but I'd like to add this into the 2023 budget.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor that we put a cricket field or convert a cricket field at Mel Mitchell, moved by Councillor Biss. Is there a seconder for that motion, please? Councillor Rappin. Now that motion's on the floor. Now I'll go around the horseshoe. Comment and question. So I'm going to go Councillor Masters, Councillor Rappin, Councillor Harrison McIntyre, and that was the order in which I saw the hands. Thank you.
Thank you, Worship. First, I really would like to know where that $100,000 is going. Having played cricket most of my junior life, you know, it's not brain surgery to put a cricket pitch in. You actually pace it out, put your wickets in, and you play the game. As a kid, you just took your wickets with you, and you marked out the field yourself, put them in, and then you played cricket. So the maintenance or putting a cricket pitch in is not a big deal. It's a matter of marking it out and putting in the creases. And that is not brain surgery. Anybody can do that. So I don't see where the $100,000 is coming from. And as far as the Mel Mitchell Field, I think that's the better place to put it. because you have the facilities there that can handle a group of people coming to play cricket, so it's already available. So I imagine that the maintenance for that particular field wouldn't be much additional cost. When you're actually just taking your line machine and putting in a couple of white creases in there to mark it out. So I really, I'm all for a cricket pitch. I want to play it myself, but not for $100,000. I just don't see where that money's coming from.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Councillor Masters. I think the general manager had stated that we could probably renovate one for 20 to 25,000. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. So as I go around the horseshoe, so Councillor Rappin, you were next.
Thank you, Mayor. Having coached and played and taught cricket for a few years and lived in a country that was cricket crazy in Trinidad, Trinidad is similar to us in terms of we have ball diamonds as you drive through a neighborhood. In Trinidad, they have cricket pitches, and all it is a strip of pavement. It's a strip of pavement in the middle of the field. Now, I'm not sure, how we would do it in Canada, but all it is a strip of pavement in the middle of a field, which would lend itself to G.A. Wright, would lend itself to the 14th line, and would lend itself to Mel Mitchell. It doesn't have to be. Talk to the club. The other thing is, we've got this deal that we've worked with tennis clubs. Why are we not looking at that with this kind of, honestly, it's a strip of pavement that I don't know the exact dimensions because I taught it to grade 3s, so I didn't really have to tell them this is the exact size of a cricket pitch. But there's lots of options here, and I think it's a group that's reached out to me a few times as well, and they just want a place to play that is theirs as it stands now. If you're to go to a grass field at a G.A. Wright, it just has to be mowed super short, right? So then that comes down to staff being out there before Sunday's game to make sure it's mowed super short, or we pave it and it's theirs and they can book time on it. So I would recommend G.A. Wright for the sense that your high school your high school gym class could be using it. It's just an opportunity that lends itself to so many things. So that's it. It was just a comment. Thank you.
No, thank you. It's a good comment. I'm just full disclosure. I've met with the Cricket Association numerous times. We visited all the parks, and their pick was Mel Mitchell, and there was a few reasons. One was an extremely large parking lot. Two was the vicinity where the field was, and it was directly located to the west. 3, there is shade shelters already there in place with the field house. 4, there's bathrooms in place there, and there's also change rooms in place, and there's also storage facilities. So that's why that was their first pick. But thank you for those comments. I'm just going to keep going around. Councillor Harrison McIntyre, please.
Thank you. Just picking up on what Councillor Rappin said. So as well as the tennis club, we also have the lawn bowling club and the baseball diamonds. They pay to rent them. So is this something that the staff is aware of and willing to facilitate and knows that they're going to have to facilitate it and that these people are going to be paying and that will help to bring the cost down? Has that been factored in at all? Because I don't think that we should just be being like, people have to book it, right? So that in some way it has to be administered, and so there should be a cost associated with it, and that hopefully will help to bring the cost down on this project.
Understood. And my interpretation is that it'd be run like any other recreational organization in the town of Newton on town-owned property. Baseball, football, hockey. If there's a facility, you'll rent it. You'll go through the Parks and Rec booking times. And you'll follow whatever the town protocol is going forward. So thank you for asking for clarification. That's important because that's certainly what we do. So next I had Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Mayor Norcross. I think some fantastic points are made. I would just offer up a different methodology. This is really, since we're asking for this to be put in cash of lieu of parkland, and we've seen before that hasty decisions made around a council table don't always materialize on the ground in the way we expect them, is that we can make this decision at council anytime in the next month, 2 months, 3 months, or 4 months to remove the money from cash in lieu of parkland. So instead of committing to an arbitrary number, when we've had comments about $20,000 or $25,000, we've had excellent comments from Councillor Rappin, Councillor McIntyre. I would suggest that there's a passion here for this. It's pretty clear from the comments. So just let it fall off the budget and direct staff to please come back with suggestions that address all the issues. We deal with it when we have the facts, and then we can make a decision for cash in lieu of parkland. There's no budget implications, so why debate something that is really kind of pointless at this time? Expressing my extreme concern for or my support for this, just suggesting a different methodology, if I could.
Councillor McClellan, or Deputy Mayor McClellan, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with what Councillor Foster is saying. That we need to, because we're going to pass a motion for 103,000, but we've had mention of 20 to 25,000. So whereas I absolutely support converting the old soccer field at Mel Mitchell to a cricket field, I think we need to nail down the cost of this. And I think what Councillor Foster mentioned was a simple and easy way to do this. I have no problem supporting this in principle, that we're going to do it. We just need to nail down the financials, because I certainly don't want to pass this at $103,000 when it looks as though it can be much less than that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for those comments. I'm just going to go for clarification to the CAO, please.
Thank you, Mayor Norcross. If I could add some assistance, perhaps staff can bring back an additional information memo for the 27th. If council wishes to move forward with it, I'd rather it be in the plan so we know where our resources are being dispersed throughout the year. Thank you.
No, thank you for that, Mr. CEO. I was going to ask, I was going to ask about that. And then just, so we'll bring back a report to the 27th so we can get a real good idea. And then the question was asked, are we able, is the council able to access the cash in lieu, the park recreation fund at any time during the year? Or does it have to, and it doesn't have to be only at budget time? So council, just for clarification then, what Councillor Foster said, that you can come back to this reserve fund at any time during the year if you see a project that you feel is merited or that the town needs, and we'll just bring it forward as a motion. So I just wanted to put that out there too and clarify. So we'll go from there. So Councillor Biss, because it was your motion, you're going to have the last word as to your direction you'd like to present. And there was, sorry, is that your hand? Yeah? Okay, so Councillor Cox, please.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, just for clarification, because I believe you asked previously, what is currently in the cash in lieu of Parkland Fund?
Thank you. Good question. And I'll go to Director Gallant. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship. The current balance in the cash in lieu of Parkland is about 1.2 million.
Is that good, Councillor? Thank you. Okay, so then I'll go to Councillor Biss. The suggestion from the CAO is that on the February 27th, they could bring back a report with a hardline estimate cost on what could be done for council's consideration as we can access the account. What would you like to do?
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Yeah, I'll withdraw my original motion and refer this back to staff for additional information, and including, if you could also include the balance of the cash in lieu of Parkland after today's, so that we can understand if it's $1.2 million and the impact of the overall cost for the cricket field. I just also wanted to remind council that this would be the budget, not unlike anything else that we do. So if we set aside $100,000 and we only spend $25,000, then we still have that additional money left in the cash in lieu of Parkland. So I don't think we've ever decided on anything that it has to be exactly what we move and approve for it to go forward. It's always a little bit up, a little bit below. So we're talking about the delta of, tens of thousands of dollars. I know for regular people that's a big deal, but when we're talking about a $42 million budget, the difference is really minimal. So yes, I'll just refer that back to staff. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you for doing that. Is there any other comments or questions on the outstanding report? Councillor Rappin.
I just have a question on process, just so I know for future, so please forgive me.
No.
Had Councillor Biss not removed that and me having seconded it, would I have to vote yes for it if it went forward? I just want to understand my predicament that it could have been.
No, I'm going to go to the clerk for procedure. A few of us know the answer to that.
Yeah, I do.
But I really wanted to, in case we ever gave you bad advice, I'll get it from the professional so that it goes to everybody.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Rappin. If you second a motion, you do not have to vote in favor of the motion. You can choose to vote in favor or opposed. You're welcome.
No, that's a great question. And sorry, thank you, Deputy Clerk. I always find it appropriate. Is there any other comments or questions on that section? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so we're going to move on the budget, but I'm sorry, Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Mayor Norcross. Under the financial considerations, the town's initial draft, we started out at 42.4 million, which translate to a 4.41 general levy. With the above recommendations, the revised levy is 41.2. So that would be 1.2 million out of it, which translates to a 3.8% levy. If I'm not getting the numbers right, that at $1.2 million, that would refer to a 3% decrease and not the percent decrease. So I just want to make sure I'm reading the numbers right and they're printed right.
Through your worship, I'd have to look if there's a lot of calculation that goes on in the background. It's
No, and
not
we can-
simple, and
We can come back with it.
Yes.
And because if there are no other comments or questions in the first part of this, from the first budget and working session, I'm actually going to call a 10-minute break so that we can move in. Sorry, Councillor Gabrick?
I'm sorry. Thank you, Your Worship. We never had a wholesome discussion about item number 18 after I was able to review attachment 3 and what council found acceptable as an alternate solution to the 550,000 proposed for the original NTRC fitness center. So staff has brought back 4 options. And pardon me if this isn't procedural to
Go
do it
ahead.
in this format, but
No.
we're here. So looking at the different options, I believe there's 2 options that would work, either option 3 or 4. Issues with both of those options. Number 1 is I don't understand what regular hours are. So as a lot of people like to exercise in the evenings, I don't know if there would be any staff available to keep the building open at the new town hall, even if the atrium views would probably be nice. Also at that town hall, it's not attached to any existing fitness facilities, so the walking track, other alternatives that are available at the NTRC. Option 4, staff has come back and reduced the cost from 550,000 to 15,000 to buy a retractable temporary wall and a rubber floor system. So I'm just wondering if it would be appropriate at this time to understand what council's desire would be to go forward with those options.
No, absolutely, Councillor Gabrick, and thank you for bringing that up. We will certainly make that decision. Did you want to hear from council, or would you like to make a motion now as to which one you'd prefer?
I would love to hear from council if that's
No,
all right, Your
absolutely.
Worship.
No, absolutely. So the issue being raised, we have 4 options that came forward in the report, and there's pros and cons really with each option. So I'm going to go around the horseshoe. Councillor Rappin, comments, questions, please?
Thank you, Mayor. 2 things. There's also a 5th option, which would be a combo of 3 and 4. If it's a removable flooring, then we can put it at the NTRC right away. And then if we decide to move it to the town hall, the removable flooring could possibly be used like that. That's just in my head. That's a possibility. The other thing I wanted to bring up is one of the issues that I hear about quite frequently with it being up at the upstairs. How do we refer to that space now? I know how I used to, based on the restaurant, just the upstairs. Is that classes can be canceled because someone's booked it. I'm sure we've got it written in our membership policy when our residents buy a membership for the town fitness and recreation, that it's in there somewhere that can be canceled on a dime. I'm wondering if there's some sort of way that we can make sure that our fitness members understand that we will give you the best, the quickest way when we know that it's not going to be available to you that day or that night, and make sure they know their options. But I don't know if you guys have run into that, but that's been the argument, is like you cancel it and then you don't give me a free something somewhere else down the line, and it's like, well, I understand that, but it is a rentable space. So I think their issue is they see it as, we don't see their membership as a priority, like that their class, their fitness class sort of play second fiddle to whatever else we can rent. Thank you.
No, thank you for those comments. So I'm just going to go around the horseshoe. Councillor Harrison McIntyre?
I know that when you go to the Tottenham Community Center, because that's what I use a lot, and it is packed and it's busy and it's amazing. And I think that having all of the activities in one spot has worked out really well in Tottenham, other than sometimes parking is an issue. But having things move all over the place, I don't think that that's a good idea. I think we should keep the fitness at the fitness center, where there is the washrooms, where there's the workout facilities and all that. So if council would like to move forward with this, I think that number 4 makes the most sense to me. Utilize the space that we already have there and work towards finding, renovating it and making it a good workout space eventually, because I think the community really likes our classes.
Okay, coming around the chute. And Councillor Foster?
Thank you. I support number 4 for all the reasons already mentioned. I don't need to repeat them, so thank you.
Thank you. Just coming around. Okay. Oh, Councillor Biss?
Thank you, Worship. I agree with Councillor Harrison McIntyre.
Thank you. So, Councillor Gabrick, I'm going to go to you to see, would you like to put option 4 on the table as a motion?
Yes, Your Worship, I would love to move that we invest in renovating that space with the ideas mentioned in option 4, but to also speak to Councillor Rappin's comments, I would like to add that there is an accelerated communication with residents or people who have scheduled classes when they're not going to have access to those rooms. Is that a possibility?
Absolutely. So what we could do is we can move the option 4, and then I'm looking at staff here, and you know what? If we can make that and put it into our policy that we provide the rapid communication, and maybe look at, in addition to the fitness facilities, other classes or courses that may go on there. And I'll just look at GM Hoppy. Is that direction good enough from council? That's fine. So thank you, Councillor Gabbard. That'll be incorporated as well.
Okay, great. So I will move number 4 then,
You're
please.
going to move it, and who would like to? Councillor Harrison McIntyre, and all those in favor? That's carried. Okay, council, is there any other comments or questions on this part of our day? I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to look to the deputy clerk. I'd like to break for 10 minutes till we move on to the next section of our working session today. Is that acceptable? Okay, thank you, everybody. We'll be back shortly. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Okay, so we'll continue on working with the budget. So thank you for your patience as we got through the first part of today's session. So we still have 2 parts left to go. So at this time, I'm going to open it up to council members. If there's any projects or any improvements that you would like to see added to the budget, I'll open the floor up, and I'm just going to go around the horseshoe. Councillor Masters first, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I want to bring up some of the submissions I initially did for council, specific to my ward. And the first issue is the speeding issue, which I know is generally going around. Most of the council here has similar issues. I had submitted information to staff on a new style camera system that municipalities are going to now, and this new system, is called It's called a traffic calming system, and I was to a convention of municipalities in Hamilton just before council, actually before I came on council, and most of the municipalities are going to this new system. The control of it is a shared system amongst municipalities, the base computerization of it. But anyway, it involves initially getting a test camera to get things going, and I think that initial costs on their start range anywhere from $16,000 to $20,000 to get that base camera going. Anyway, what I would like to recommend is that staff take a look at that and to see what the preliminary cost would be to get this program off the ground. We already have Bradford, Innisfil, Barrie, other municipalities that are on that system, and there's lots of information out there to gather what we need to get it going. So this calming system comes with a warning. It's very similar to the systems used in Europe right now, where they actually have a pre-warning that there's a camera up ahead. So if you're speeding, you have a chance to get your speed down before you actually get into the safety zone, and so you're pre-warned. So there's no excuse. If you get a ticket, then you deserve it. But anyway, so this system is being now implemented by most of the municipalities in our area, in our region. And there has been several out there, but this system, Logix, I think is the name of the company, have now really seemed to have the best alternative. Now, I believe there are 3 ways that we can implement this. There is one that we can lease, one we can buy, and another one where we don't have any much expense involved. I'm not sure of that. You'd have to check that out. But whereas they come in and do it all for you, and then you just get a small percentage of the revenue. So anyway, if staff could look into that and come back with a recommendation for February 27th, then I would really be appreciative of that. Can I move on to my second subject?
Sure. Councillor Masters, actually, can we address the first one?
Sure. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. No. That's fine. Just to tag on, just for staff, ESSA just implemented this camera system. I think it's operational now. The cameras went into I think it went into safety community zones is where they put the system in. And they're, in reference to what Councillor Masters said, I don't believe it costs them any money up front, but they do a profit or percentage split. So if you're going to do investigation, maybe you could reach out to them. So Councillor Masters is putting that forward for direction. Council okay with that? Yeah? Okay, so that's a motion moved by Councillor Masters, seconded by Councillor Gabrek. Okay, and clarification, comments? Councillor Biss?
Thank you, Worship. Through your Worship to Councillor Masters, is your intention that when this comes back on the 27th that you would like this included in the 2023 budget, or is this something for future consideration, maybe the 2024 budget?
Thank you, through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Best. Yeah, thank you for that, Mark. I think we need to get this off the ground, so I think I like to see some preliminary money put into the budget to at least get this started for this year. So I think when staff comes back with a clarification of what that costs to get involved is going to be, then we can maybe make that decision then. Thank you.
No, thank you for that. So the motion on the floor is for staff to investigate the camera system referencing the one that was put into, or being used in Essa Township. I just want to go to the CAO to make sure that we're clear.
Thank you, Mayor Norcross. Through you two members of committee. Just speaking with our Director of Engineering, we did do an investigation into this type of system back a couple of years ago, I believe 2020, Rick? Yes, 2020. I think there has been a few things changed since then, because at that point in time, I don't think the courts were looking at these types of systems all that favorable. I think that's changed now, obviously, with the number of municipalities that are looking at it. So we can certainly look into it. Having that report and additional information for the 27th, although it is not feasible, I don't believe.
No, and I respectfully appreciate the honesty there. Councillor Gabrick?
Thank you, Your Worship. I love the idea of cameras because they're unmanned and they generate revenue for the community while also, initiating traffic calming measures. And I'd also like to see cameras installed on Industrial Parkway around the Prevencourt neighborhood, where you can hear the motors revving at all hours of the night. However, in agreement with what the CAO said, I would not think that it's timely to include it in the 2023 budget, but I would agree to support Councillor Masters' motion to have it discussed at a later time.
Thank you. So my question is, Councillor Masters has put forward a motion to have staff report back on the feasibility of installing the camera systems. It's been duly seconded. We don't think we can make it for February 27th, but when the information does come back, we can discuss it when the report comes back and make recommendations then to go forward based on council's wishes. So is that okay, Councillor Masters? We'll get you your information, we'll bring it back. And if there's a financial implication at that time, we can discuss that financial implication and we can make a decision based on how we want to go forward then.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I could just do a supplementary to that now, staff, where would those funds come from to support such a system?
Certainly. I think the general manager may not be able to give a specific spot, but I'll defer to you.
Through your worship to Councillor Masters. It would depend on what the scope and the cost of the project is when they report back to council, and at that time, should it be an in-year request, we would discuss the financing options at that time.
Thank you. There are, we could come up with something. There'll be options. We'll just have to decide where they're best precluded to. So that motion's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that's carried. Councillor Masters, you had a second one, please, to follow up.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. I just want a clarification. I noticed on the gravel recommendation that came through in the last report, roads, the 13th line has been an issue in my ward, and I have had several discussions with staff.
Point of order. Point of order.
Sorry, and you know what, Councillor Biss, and I bet you're going to raise your hand for pecuniary interest, and I apologize for not catching that.
So yes, Your Worship, if we were going to discuss the 13th line east of Tottenham Road, I'll have to recuse myself.
Absolutely, Councillor Biss, and thank you.
Apologies, Mark. I should have thought about that.
So Councillor Biss has declared a pecuniary interest and is vacating his seat. If that could be duly noted in the minutes, please. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Masters.
Thank you, Worship. Through to staff, there's been lots of discussion on the 13th. I've had many requests to have a consideration of getting it paved, as we are in the west, the 13th line west of the Tottenham Road, and now, of course, the general public in my ward are now asking, can that be continued and paved in the other direction? I have spoken to staff on this and engineering, and I know there's the same issues with the 13th line as we have with the 7th line, where it's a major restructuring of the road. But having said that, with the issues that we're having with this line now, is the at least the revamping of the 13th in its current state to eliminate some of the issues that we have already with the flooding and with the excessive height of the road. Is this to be included in this current budget that we have right now?
So I'm going to look to the CAO. So just to clarify though, Councillor Masters, you're asking the status of the 13th line from the Tottenham Road east to, I call it to
The 10th.
To the 10th. I always still call it the Beaton Road. I don't know why. But so your status
Correct.
from the
Yeah.
Tottenham Road to the 10th side road, what's happening there. So I'd look to the CO or whoever you'd like to direct it to.
Thank you, Mayor Norcross. Through you, I'd ask Director Horn of our Public Works to speak to that.
Director Horn, please.
Through your worship to Councillor Masters. Extensive drainage works? No, that wouldn't be included in the current budget as it is now. That section, that road section, there's sections along there that doesn't have any ditches or any drainage. The road was built up in part for that very reason, to sheet drain the drainage off to the shoulders, which does have its problems with erosion and washing of driveways and culverts, etc. We really are at a impasse, if you will. Without a major reconstruction of that road, there will be ongoing maintenance issues with that road section. We can do, I would call them minor maintenance, as far as road grading and adjusting some of the crown of the road. We could look at some minor improvements with what ditches and stuff that are there, some erosion control measures at driveways, etc. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship, to Director Horn. I think the discussions that we had before is that the crown is too excessive now, and that's causing a lot of the drainage issues where the water is shedding off to the side. I think that's important that we do something about that in this year. The second issue, and of course that's the actual 13th line is raised about 9 inches above their driveways now. That's how much aggregate's been put on over the years. The second issue is the content of the aggregate that we've been using on there becomes very muddy and slushy in the winter, and it becomes a dangerous situation with cars slipping off the crown or even slipping down the hill and running into the bridge. I think last year we had a major incident with a transport that actually got stuck down there with cars in the ditch. So that's the other issue, is the type of mix that we were using on that particular line. So I guess I need to get some reassurance that we're going to be doing something at least this year to try and eliminate some of those issues. I know that repaving can't be done at this time, but I think we have to do something to address at least those two issues in this budget.
Thank you, Councillor Masters. So, but okay. So, are you asking for Director Horn to make sure he maintains the maintenance and do the best that he can with the resources that he has during 2023 to maintain the road?
Well, not just maintenance, 'cause I'm sure that Director Horn's doing a good job maintaining the rest of our gravel road. In this particular road, there is specific issues just to this particular stretch of highway and or gravel road, and the two specific issues are the crown and the height of the road above the driveways. So I'd kind of like to get an indication of how we can address that in this budget.
Okay, so sorry, Councillor. Okay, so maybe we'll come back to that, Councillor Masters, because you're going to have to make a motion for money to be allocated in the budget to go specifically to that road. We don't have the policy of a blank, no offense, Director, but you have to account for all the roads, and they have to be budgeted for, and they have to be approved by council, and then we have the list of roads that we follow. So if you would like to move a motion for money, and you don't have to do it right now, I can circle back to you because there's a couple other people, I think would achieve what you want, but to just leave it as a blank statement, I just don't want you to come back to me later saying you didn't give me the direction that you should have to actually make a specific ask. So I'll come back. Did you want to comment on that particular 13th?
Thank you, Mayor Norcross. Through you to Director Horan or Director Vatry. Just to clarify where exactly Councillor Masters is going, is that where does it sit currently in the road needs study? Is there any planned maintenance of any kind for that road? Is the road in dire condition that it needs to be moved up, or is there any actual physical justification for spending any additional money at this point in time on an urgent basis? I guess that just clarifies it, because I don't really follow the need, whether it's a need or a want.
I'll go to the CAO and then you can direct to where you want to go.
Through your worship to Councillor Masters. Councillor Masters, we had sent you an email back in January advising what the condition of the 13th line in that section was with respect to the roads need study. At that time, we advised you that those sections were in the range of priority of 312 to 443, so they were further down the list. And also at that time, we advised that any works that had to be done out there would require full reconstruction, and it has to do with the platform of the road out there. The platform of the road out there is very narrow, so to start paving it, we would essentially create a hazard without proper pavement widths and shoulders. And again, those roads would trigger reconstruction, likely relocation of utilities and the things. And I advised at that time it'd probably be in the same range as the works we did on the 7th line. So it'd be in that $6 to $7 million for a reconstruction of that project.
Go ahead, Councillor Masters.
Yeah, thank you, Director Vetri. Yeah, and but I think at that time, yeah, I thank you for that memo too, and I fully understand the ramifications of the financing end of it for that particular road, where we are with it. But I think we also discussed about doing something to at least give some alleviation to the issues that we're having with the crown of the road, and maybe to a certain degree dealing with that will affect the drainage issue at the same time. I'm not sure what modification can be done to, at least on an interim basis, until such time as that project comes forward on the roads need study. But I guess what I'm looking for is it's not standard maintenance as far as the road system is concerned that we're looking for the 13th. So what would be the extra cost to at least do an extensive maintenance on there to try and eliminate the situation? I guess that's what I'd be looking for in this budget.
Director Horn, did you want to answer that? Because I think I got the answer from Director Ratry, but go ahead.
Through your worship to Councillor Masters, I think we're at the limit of standard maintenance. That's the challenge with that road. There's platform challenges, there's drainage, no ditches, and we're at an impasse where some of the elevation that's been created with the additional granulars, actually in an effort to correct some of the drainage challenges, because there's no ditches, so then we're sheet draining. So then we deal with, and then the other part is when we flatten out the road and reduce the crown, then we get water standing on the road and we get washboarding and potholing. So as far as any extensive improvements without reconstruction, it's not feasible. I think as far as in that same correspondence that we had some dialogue back and forth, we can do some works. There's no question with maintenance, and I would say that's within the realm of our regular maintenance, where we could reshape, grade, adjust. We can do some erosion control things at culverts, etc., with Gabion stone. That would all fall within our preview of maintenance. And as we suggested in that correspondence, I think if we meet in the spring, there's probably benefit in with yourself, and we can get a better understanding of exactly some of the challenges that you're hearing or seeing, and collaboratively I think we can come up with some remediation measures that can improve it in the short term.
Thank you, Director. I'm just going to, for final word, Director Vatry.
Thank you, Your Worship. One item that may help in this conversation is, as part of the roads needs study this year, the gravel road program will also be looked at, that policy. And with the revamping of that policy, issues such as this on these low volume roads, it may help elevate those projects and provide, ensure that they're properly funded and then taken into priority sequence, as opposed to leaving them low on the list.
Thank you. That's great news. Okay, so Councillor Masters, that's yours. I'm going to, you're good. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. I know it's an issue, but anything that can be done to make any kind of improvement there will be more than better received.
No, absolutely. And you heard the director, and you know what? He's very good at maintaining them, so we'll do everything possible to keep the maintenance of the roads in the best shape that we can. The next hand I saw up was Councillor Jacks.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Oh, sorry, before you start, could somebody grab Councillor Bess? Sorry. Welcome back, Councillor Bess. Sorry, Councillor Jacks, please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. One final thing I'm bringing to the council today for consideration. Now that we're one step closer to optimizing the Tottenham Conservation Area washroom facilities, we have currently a disc golf course and a Tottenham Disc Golf Club who host tournaments and fundraise and are a wonderful group of residents who are actively showcasing the offering of disc golf. They provided a wonderful presentation, very detailed, but in the spirit of efficiency today, I thought I would just bring forth their request and highlight that this is satisfying, the intentions of this council to optimize our existing assets. And disc golf is a wonderful way to encourage our residents to access the outdoors. It's also a sport that is geared to multi-generations. And it's a wonderful use of our existing Tottenham Conservation Area. The Tottenham Disc Golf Club is looking for a budget contribution to upgrade and enhance some of the existing course holes. Specifically, and please forgive my limited understanding of the technicalities of the game and the course, but specifically around limestone and patio stones to create the base of which the disc golf player launches the disc from yes, I'll leave it at that, limestone and patio stones. So the Tottenham Disc Golf Club is looking for a budget, a contribution to limestone and patio stones up to $5,000 to be considered in the 2023 budget. So I'd like to put that motion forward for council's consideration, and might I be so bold as to suggest we allocate those funds should that motion be approved from the Cash in Lieu Parks Fund. Thank you.
So we have a motion on the floor by Councillor Jacks to add $5,000 from the Parks Cash in Lieu, and is my understanding that there's other contributing partners that are putting forward finances to support this project?
Yes, Your Worship. The Disc Golf Club is contributing, and they are very active and hopeful to continue to host tournaments that will bring a revenue stream in for themselves, as well as the participants coming from all over the province, which brings money into our Parks and Recreation Fund as well. And CRIC has also been the third party who are in agreement of contributing.
Thank you. So, okay, so we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Jacks. The Deputy Mayor is going to second it. The request is that it comes from the Cash in Lieu Park Improvement Fund. Before I call a vote, any comments or questions, please? And Councillor Foster, please.
Thank you, Mayor Norcross. I might respectfully ask my colleague, we get all kinds of these requests from every group, and the worst part of this job is to sit up here and say, no, I hate doing it. But I do suggest that we have a grants program for this, and in the interest of fairness across the municipality, we would, I would respectfully suggest that we refer it to that, so that we don't, I don't want to say set precedent, I would just say I would offer up that as a possibility.
Go ahead, Councillor Jackson. I'll go to the Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, Councillor Foster, and I completely understand your reasoning. I would say that the uniqueness of this request, in my determination anyway, is that it's an enhancement of the Tottenham Conservation Area. So it is an enhancement of an existing park. And although the club operates with the intention of cultivating community and preservation of the course and hosting tournaments, any resident of New Tecumseth can access the course and play at any time. So in my mind anyway, respectful of your comments, it lives a little bit differently than some of the other requests from groups coming forth looking for funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. You had a comment, please?
Thank you, Mayor Norcross. I'm not sure what grant stream this could possibly fall under. It wouldn't be an event grant stream, and I'm not sure. We don't usually see grants in the grant process to upgrade our own facilities, if I may. So I think that because there's a significant contribution coming from the disc golf, and honestly, I wasn't entirely convinced when we made this course that it was going to take off. That I think it was in the 2014 term. So I'm happy to hear it has. And the contribution from the community group CRIC, I support contributing up to $5,000 for this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Rappin, you had a comment, question, please.
Just a comment through you to Councillor Foster. My experience with the grant program is that you have to be a charitable organization or a not-for-profit or something that involves lawyers and a couple grand just to get there. I could be wrong, and I just haven't hit all the right ones, I guess, but there's a process, and they're looking for something from a group that's asking for money to just protect, and it makes sense to protect, if we're giving money, to protect it and make sure it's being used for what it's going to be used for, so I fully understand that. But when faced with becoming a registered charity or a not-for-profit or an incorporation, it costs money, and a lot of these smaller groups don't have those funds to do that, or don't see it as a worthwhile investment.
Thank you for those comments. So I'm going to go to the CAO, please.
Thank you, Mayor Norcross. And just to ensure that we have a common understanding, are the Disc Golf Club, are they looking for a contribution from the town, or are they looking for the town to actually do the work? Because that is a big difference. And I would respectfully suggest if it's, and this is a little bit complicated because the town doesn't actually own the property. It's obviously owned by the Conservation Authority. We lease it and maintain it and obviously enhance it. But I would caution council about groups doing work on town facilities or town assets. So, but I would first need to understand, are we asking for a contribution, or are they asking us to actually do the work?
I defer to Councillor Jacks if you're able to answer.
Thank you. I clarified that through your worship to CAO. They are looking for a contribution. They are not looking for the town to do the work.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Jacks. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Worship. So maybe it has to be embedded into the motion that there's some town approval, because they may require sending notice to the MVCA that regulates the area, but to make sure that nobody's overstepping with their improvements, to get an okay from our staff.
Yes, and that's a good question. So I know staff is talking about it. So I'll go to Councillor Foster for a question while an answer comes back. Go ahead.
It's not a question. It's that, you never want to say, we should never talk about the merit. I think the merits of this project are fantastic. Anything that gets anybody outside, but I would go back to our comments related to Councillor Biss's request about the cricket field, is that since this is not a taxation issue and it's cash in lieu of parkland, is that if all the particulars behind the scenes get worked out, we can make this decision as a council at any point in time. And so I would just respectfully suggest if we take that approach, or bring it back on the 27th, or whatever the date is that it's just not, like I say, if the decision was it was $7,500, I'd rather, not that I want to spend more money, but if all the parameters were established and we had the exact figures, we'd have the right number. That's all I'm asking. So it's not speaking in favor or against. I love any recreational facility, as most of you know.
Sorry, thank you for those comments, Councillor Foster. I'm going to go back to the CAO in response to the Deputy Mayor's original question, please.
Thank you, Mayor Norcross. And a number of things going through my head, so I may have actually forgotten the original question. But what I would suggest is perhaps just a direction back to staff to investigate. We could meet with the club, understand exactly what they're thinking about, and then we'd have a higher or at least a greater sense of comfort as far as what's being planned. I'm notwithstanding, there's a lot of groups do some tremendous work throughout our community. There are so many moving parts when it comes to doing work on town-owned assets that I'd want to make sure that we have a good understanding of what's being planned or what's their thoughts, and then we could bring that memo back to council and for council's discussion.
No, thank you for those comments. I would look to Councillor Jacks. Would you be acceptable or amenable to the suggestion from the CAO that on the 27th we will have meeting with the club, we will have a report, and we could bring it back for council to make a decision on that time?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to clarify, yes, I'm agreeable. I think that's a very rational and agreeable recommendation. But just to clarify what your recommendation is, would it be feasible for the town to meet with the Disc Golf Club before the 27th?
Thank you. Yeah, no, and it's a good question. And I know the Deputy Mayor was mentioning the same thing. So yeah, no, absolutely. We have confirmation from the staff. We will reach out. We'll meet with them, clarify exactly what their wants and needs are, and report back to the 27th, and council can make their decision. So thank you for bringing that forward.
Thank you.
Okay, so going around the table, any other? Is direction fine, CAO, or do you require a motion? Thank you. So Councillor Jackson, you make the motion that your staff meets with the Disc Club and provides a report for February 27th?
Yes.
In regards to funding? Thank you. And Deputy Mayor, you're seconding that. Any comments or questions? Okay, all those in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much, Council. Councillor Foster, please.
I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time, or we want to start down this road. I'd like to talk about the full-time equivalent positions that have been requested as a starting point.
I'll come back to that if that's okay, Councillor Foster. What I wanted to do is just go around the horseshoe to see if any councillor wanted to put something specific they wanted to add to the budget. Because then what I do is, once we're done this section, I would look to the GM to give us a percentage on depending on what we've added or what's been removed, and so that way we know what our percentage increase is, and then we could go forward from there. So so I was just gonna I started down this one, and I'll come back around. So Councillor Biss.
Thank you, Worship. Just a reminder, on January the 30th, we had Chairperson Bev Nix from the Allison Physician Recruitment, as well as Stevenson Memorial Hospital CEO Jody Levesque came and did a deputation to us, explaining to all of council how important it is not only just to build a hospital, which of course we all support, but also to staff it, and the fact that the town of New Tecumseh as a whole, we're down about 17 to 23 doctors. So I just want to make the motion that the town of New Tecumseh provides $15,000 to support the physician's recruitment as requested by their letter.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Gabrick. Is there comments or questions in regards to the motion? Councillor Rappin.
Through you to Councillor Biss, or to staff for that matter. When we give out 15 grand to a group like that, do they then, at the end of the year, give us an accounting for exactly where the money went?
Actually, I'm going to look to the GM because I know a lot of council members do have answers, but I think it's very important that we go on record with staff as to exactly what we have on file. So are you able to answer that, General Manager, or somebody within?
Through your worship to council, we don't traditionally ask them for documented or audited financial results of their activity. Doesn't preclude us from doing that, though.
Thank you. Councillor Foster?
Thank you. I know this is a last minute request, but do you have the history of donations to the AAPRC? I think it's usually around 5 or 10. This is a little bit high based on history, I believe.
Through your
GM?
worship to Councillor Foster, that's correct. It's been 5,000 in the past. I'm not aware, was it ever more than 5,000, Allison? I don't believe so, but we did skip 1 year and came back last year with a $5,000 donation again.
Okay, so good. Now I'm just going to go around the horseshoe. Councillor Masters?
Yes, the organisation does keep a financial track of all expenses through the year. And I believe the last one, and maybe Councillor Biss can correct this, was $10,000, I believe.
No, I will go to the General Manager for confirmation, please.
Through your worship, it was 5,000 last year.
It was $5,000. Sorry, Councillor Biss, I'll come back to you because you made the motion and you'll get the last word. Is there anybody else who wants to make a comment? I'm going to make a comment. We do support our hospital. We've made a very significant contribution to our hospital, and we'll continue to support our hospital. This is an ask from a recruitment team that traditionally has received $5,000. None of our neighboring municipalities have made a financial contribution. It's once again on the backs of New Tecumseth. So my suggestion would be, and here's how I feel, is we do have the grants and donation process. So instead of putting this request into the budget on the backs of the taxation, that we move this request over to the grants and donations, which we can deal with at the time, which is March, April, and then we'll get an understanding from what our neighboring municipalities are contributing, because I think this is a cost for this particular item needs to be shared between all the partners. And as I said, traditionally, it's always been New Tecumseth that has financially carried this. So that's what my comments are, is that we move it to that process and not deal with it today. And then we can talk to our partners, because I have asked our partners, sorry, General Manager, I'll come to you. I have asked to our partners, and there's been no commitment as to whether or not they'll even do anything. So, General Manager?
Through your worship, to your worship, are you then expecting them to fill out the application process and follow the appropriate timelines with all other applicants?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm suggesting where we send it. And as Councillor Foster has said, it's tough, but you know we do have that process, and we could move them into that process, and that allows us to consider them all. So I just wanted to give my thoughts and feelings on that. So Councillor Biss has made a motion on the floor to add 15,000. Is there any other comments or questions though from members of council before I go to Councillor Biss? And I'm not seeing any, so Councillor Biss, please.
Thank you, Worship. So just to kind of correct the record, when I was on council from 2014 to 2018, we did donate anywhere between $5,000 to $10,000, depending on what their budget was and what their what they carried in terms of savings in the bank account, which changes. And in this case, I believe what CEO Jody Levesque was saying of the hospital and what Chairman Bev Nix was indicating was that during the pandemic, there was they even had to reduce the amount of money that they gave out to doctors because we did not contribute, the town of New Tecumseh did not contribute as much as they needed, and of course, as you said, our neighboring communities weren't contributing. And so now they're down to bare bones. The committee used to give out $5,000 for relocation bonus to doctors and specialists. Now they've reduced it to $2,500 because of the fact that the local communities were not providing them with enough funds in order to sustain that. And we've seen the impact. Now we're down 17 to 23 doctors, which includes specialists. As we've talked about before, this has always been a portion ever since His Worship Mayor Kehoe was the one that put this in effect back in the day when the emergency was closed at the Stevenson Memorial Hospital. So His Worship Kehoe brought this, and it's not unlike what we do for Matthew's House, not unlike what we do for the Banting Memorial Homestead, and not unlike what we do for the Gibson Center. This has been a part of our budget for I would say almost decades now. And so I understand where you're going with this, Your Worship, but I think that just like Banting Homestead, just like with regards to the Gibson Center, and of course with Matthew's House, I think this is so important for us to attract doctors in order for them to care for us and our citizens and our children, that we keep this in the budget, and I'll keep it as requesting us to add this in the regular budget as it stands.
No, thank you for those comments, Councillor Bisson. I know we're all passionate about our hospital, and just to clarify, I'm not suggesting that we don't fund this committee. What I'm suggesting is that we don't put it on the taxation base. We move to grants and donations. Deputy Mayor, do you have a question for clarification, please?
Thank you. More of a comment. Those places like the Gibson Center and the Banting Homestead all go through the grant process. So my suggestion, and I will move now, that we defer this to the grants and donations discussion when we do it. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to look at the clerk procedurally. Councillor Biss had put a motion on the floor. Now we have a motion to defer. I believe motions to defer take precedent.
Thank you, Your Worship. The motion to defer would take precedent, but we're not deferring it to another meeting.
We're deferring it to the grants and donation process? Or do you want me to deal with Councillor Biss's motion first? And then during? I just want to procedurally check to make sure I'm doing it properly. Because we have a motion on the floor, but then a motion for deferral came up.
I believe, I will double check before we move forward, but I believe we would have to deal with the motion on the floor because the deferral, I'm not sure if that counts if we're just moving it to.
She's moving to defer it to a different process and a different funding stream. I know.
Well, we'll come back to the grants and donations council meeting, correct? Then we will go forward with the motion from the deputy mayor, please.
Thank you. Sorry, council. We have a motion to defer, Councillor Masters. So typically what happens when we have a motion to defer, we ask for a mover. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Cox. Then we don't enter into a conversation or discussion. The motion is simple. It's deferral. What say council? All those in favor of deferring it to the grants and donations process of the budget deliberations? All those in favor? Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that carries. Thank you, council. Okay, so going around the horseshoe this way. Any other? Councillor Rappin. Sorry, Councillor Biss, go ahead. I apologize. I thought that was your one issue.
No,
sorry. Go ahead. Your floor is yours. My apologies.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I could have council and staff refer to page 68 and 70 in the binder. One of the asks for funding is what's called a retail gap analysis for $30,000. I believe that we're all looking for savings, and I don't believe that understanding what retail needs we need in town is something that's very urgent at this time. So I would move that we remove this retail gap analysis funding from the budget.
Thank you. So we have a motion moved by, sorry, is council all on the page 68? Everyone's good? Okay. So we have a motion moved by Councillor Biss that we will remove. Sorry, I'm just clarifying the motion. I'll come around. We have a motion moved by Councillor Biss that Initiative 1, the retail gap analysis, will be removed from the budget. Do we have a seconder for that so we can get discussion on the floor? Thank you, Councillor Jacks. Motion is moved by Councillor Best. You will have the last word on that, sir. I'm going to go around the horseshoe. I'll start at this side this time, and I'll come around. And Councillor Harrison McIntyre, did you want to make a comment?
No, not a comment, just a question. So what would that be? How much money would that be that we're saving? And from where?
Through your worship to Councillor Harrison McIntyre, it's $30,000. It's coming out of the economic development budget directly.
Okay, good. Okay, coming around the horseshoe. Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Mayor Norcross. I would ask that this be put off just until the Economic Development Officer or somebody can speak to it. It was quite interesting as to, I agreed initially with Councillor Best that this seemed a bit excessive, but when you listen to Ms. Breeden eloquently speak about what the need for it is related to it, there is some justification. I just think we should at least hear from her before the decision's made.
And I appreciate those comments, but I'm going to look to staff to, is there somebody that can speak to this? Or is the preference, go ahead, CAO.
Thank you, Mayor Norcross, and thank you, Councillor Foster. Ms. Breeden really will do it justice if she's here to speak to it. This is obviously something that's near and dear to her heart, and she would speak most appropriately towards it.
No worries, Mr. CEO. I just, and I certainly respect those wishes. So will she be available on the 27th then to be present to speak to them?
Yes, Mayor Norcross, I will ensure she is.
Thank you. I will then go to Councillor Bess. Are you okay waiting till the 27th? How would you like to proceed?
So, Your Worship, with all due respect, I mean, we've been pulling things that have lots of people in art that work for town are very passionate about, and we haven't asked them to step up and actually justify it. We've been adding and subtracting hundreds of thousands of dollars of different programs, et cetera, and we're relying on the leadership team to make their comments. So I think this would be a unique situation. So no, I'll leave my motion on the floor to remove the $30,000 from this year's budget.
Okay, no, thank you for that, Councillor Bess. Respectfully, I will move forward then. So we have a motion moved by Councillor Bess. We have it seconded by Councillor Jacks. All those in favor, please, on the motion. That's carried. I counted 6. Put your hands up again, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I'll vote for that. Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Bess.
Thank you, Worship. This will be my last one.
Sure.
Through your Worship to staff, it may be Director Horn. I understand that Good Roads, a gentleman by the name of James Smith, has put forward a program from Good Roads called the Recycled Asphalt Program. I understand that this is basically a pave a road study where Good Roads or Mr. Smith will arrange to have a road in a municipality paved, and then they will study the effects of using recycled asphalt. And so through you, Your Worship, to staff, is this something that we've investigated, and is this something that we could consider doing in the 2023 budget?
Well, I would look to the CAO to, how would you like to direct that? And Director Horn, please.
Through your worship to Councillor Biss, the short answer is no, that isn't something staff have explored, but we can certainly look into it through the 2023 year.
Good.
So, Your Worship, I will make the motion that I would ask that staff refer this back to staff to provide us a report on the recycled asphalt program. There's no timeline we don't need it by the 27th, but it's something that I think that we should understand. And then if this is something that works for us as a town and something that's recommended by staff and accepted by council, something that we should maybe move forward with in 2023 or the 2024 budget.
Thank you. A second by Councillor Masters. Comments or questions? No, thank you. All those in favor, please. Sure, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. To Councillor Biss, where did you want the recycled materials to go? a company that I work for has used this program before, and the materials that were brought in were subpar and created additional problems. So I'm just wondering where you'd like those materials to be placed. Through you, Your Worship.
Councillor Bess?
Through your worship
If
to
you can.
Councillor Gabbard, I don't have all the details of what Mr. James Smith has proposed, so I would just ask that staff investigate it and provide us with their recommendations. Thank you for your input. Certainly, I would like to understand exactly what Mr. Smith has been proposing, and if it's actually good for our municipality, if it's something we can take advantage of.
Thank you. Are you okay with that, Councillor Gravick? Thank you. Any comments or questions? Motion's on the floor. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Council. I'm just going to come back around this way. And Councillor Rappin, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Forgive me, I'm new to this, but I'm going to start with my headline and then I'll talk to it. I would like the Alliston swimming pool to be free to users, and I'd like us to figure out a way to do that. Now, if this is something that could be done in cash in lieu of parkland, then I'm more than willing to push this to whenever that would be. However, if it's something that needs to be in the budget, on the campaign trail, I'm sure a few of us have noticed that there's a level of poverty that might not be recognized right away as you're driving through our towns. And by charging for something that involves families and communities coming together and creating shared memories, by charging for that, we're limiting our actual residents that can get there and do it. And I would, my proposal is that we cover it for this year, have a look at our numbers of users compared to pre-COVID times, which I have, just so we're aware, for the swimming pool, for January 1st to December 31st, 2021, it was $44,000, and it was 15,000 visits sold. So I have that number. Considerably during, like last year, it was only 8,000 visits sold and $23,000, to give you an idea of the money we're dealing with here. Ideally, I want the public skate also figured into this, but I'm willing to push that and figure that out in a different manner. But as a teacher, you see kids that participate in things and they come back after the weekend and they talk about it with their friends. And the friends that aren't included are the ones that couldn't go. And it creates this this disparity that then presents itself in a gym class or something. Hey, you want to hang out at recess? It really does go forward from there. It doesn't, by having these things available to everybody in our community, I think it sends the right message. And if we don't get this through this year, I'm going to keep working on it, but I would really like to see the pool. Forgive me, the correct name of the pool, is it the Rotary Pool? Okay, so sorry, Rotary Club, for that. The Rotary Pool in Alliston, I'd like it to be free to users for the summer.
Okay,
in addition, the facility can be rented for birthday party. Like, there's ways that outside of the hours that could possibly be used for swimming lessons and things like that that could still be charged for, but I would like the actual public swim portion of it to be free.
Just to clarify, Councillor Rappin, so you're saying all the time swimming's free? Or are you, I'm sorry, I just need clarification.
I believe in the past the pool has had lessons in the morning from 9 to 11 or whatever. I would say we continue to charge for those things, but the actual public swim portion of it, whatever time that would be, and let's say it's 1 to 7, and if we do need to generate income somewhere, then we charge like an adult swim, lane swim from 7 till 9 at night. There's staffing issues here that I'm not aware of, so I don't want to speak to. I just want public swim to be free. Lessons don't have to be free. Birthday parties don't have to be free. You know, that kind of thing.
I just wouldn't say it was my birthday and I just bring all my friends and go for free.
I understand that aspect, but if it was me running an events committee, I say, if it's your birthday, we can do these neat things for you, and therefore that's where you would get your charge.
And just before I open up the members of council, just for clarification, I'll come around the shoe. That money would have to come from taxation, I believe, because it could not come from the the cash in lieu park fund because we're not enhancing, we're providing a service, right? So just to clarify, that would be money from taxation. I looked at the COs. Am I correct on that?
Yes, Mayor Norcross, just conferring with Ms. Bedford, what we would do is we would just remove the revenue line and let the difference essentially fall to the bottom line. So
Okay.
yes, it would result in an increase in the taxation.
Okay, so go ahead, Councillor.
One final thing, in my experience with organizations and group programs and stuff like that, you can put up a donation jar out front, and you'll actually sometimes generate even more income coming from that than you would from charging people to go in. Just say, help out with the Parks and Rec free swim program. And people will actually you're all looking at me in disbelief.
No, we just,
People-
no.
People will.
I like how you said
We
you
have
can't
a great
afford to
community.
swim, but you'll raise more money if you make it voluntary. I like that concept. That's got a
We
ring
have
to
a
it.
Well, you see it on Facebook all the time. Someone paid for someone's Burger King, through the drive-through. They paid for the one behind them. We are a good community like that.
Okay, so Councillor Rappin is putting a motion on the floor that all public swimming at the Rotary Pool will be free. So before we open up to discussion, is there a seconder for that? Thank you. So, are you seconding that? Okay, so Councillor Biss is going to second that motion. So it's on the floor. So now I will open it up and I'll go around the horseshoe this way. Councillor Masters.
Thank you, Worship. I applaud Councillor Rappin's idea. We have to support our community, but I'm just wondering, as a young guy, of course I was brought up in England, the school pool, or the swim used to be sponsored through the school. The school had a program that was associated with the local swimming club or wherever it was, and that was covered through the school board. So I know the issue. I'm just suggesting this could be another way of funding or getting the kids the free swim that they want, if it's something that could be done through the schools. I don't know if that's considered these days, but most of my life growing up, I was, we hauled off to the local pool and learned to swim and all kinds of other things through the school. Just a suggestion. I don't know if that would help.
No, appreciate those comments. Sorry, Councillor Foster, I missed you.
Thank you, Mayor Norcross. I applaud Councillor Rappin. I think I admire your passion. I always have. I think it's wonderful. I think we all share a similar passion. I might suggest that there's opportunities for corporate sponsorships for free swims, like we have free skates. And I come back to the comment I've made before, and I've made a number of times, is that these are the brutal decisions you wish you didn't have to make. I hate it. Absolutely hate it. Spent a lot of years of my life building a Rotary Club, building a splash pad in the park for exactly the reasons that you've articulated. So I applaud you, but I just can't go there at this particular time.
Thank you for those comments. Going around the horseshoe, Councillor Biss.
Thank you, Worship. I mean, maybe it was mentioned, but I didn't catch it. So through your worship to staff, what would be the revenue impact and the increase to taxation?
Somewhere less than 44,000, through your worship.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that. Thank you. Coming around the horseshoe, Councillor Gabrick.
Thank you, Your Worship. I love the idea as well. It's a scary one, though, because there's just so many implications. But I know in the spirit of inclusion why Councillor Rappin is putting this motion forward. Just as a little aside, I was one of 3 kids that didn't get to go on the grade 8 trip. To this day, I'm still devastated by that. So, because my parents couldn't afford it. And so I understand that being excluded or not included because of money is a terrible feeling. So I really want to support Councillor Rappin, but maybe in a different way.
Thank you for those comments. I'm just going to come around the shoe. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. There's a great many things that I cannot do with my children because there's 4 of them. One's almost an adult now, but a great many things. And this is very difficult because being a single mom, I would love this, right? Trips out for us costs a lot of money because there's a lot of us. But the money still does come from the taxpayer. So that's where, you know, I don't take my kids often out to stuff like that because, you know, I have a budget and it's tight and there's a lot of them. I am outnumbered. However, I will still, if we move forward with this, I will still be indirectly paying for it through my taxes. So I think this is a very valid idea, but my suggestion would be that we take the year or the 8 months to come up with a bit more of a specific plan, maybe to line up some sponsors or something, and present something in the 2024 budget that doesn't that's well researched, not only with Councillor Rappin, but with staff and possibly some community partners. That would be my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you. I know it's tough, and that was well said. So, so the other suggestion, I'll just go back to 1 second, Councillor Rappin. So you're putting a motion forward to make it free for the year. I've heard another suggestion that we direct staff to investigate sponsorships and other ways the service delivery could be presented to the taxpayers for free. And maybe it's just 1 day a week that we look at or two, but that the research goes into the 2023 and then it come back to the 2024 to be implemented. It's your choice. It's your motion on the floor. Do you want to proceed with your original one?
I'm willing to modify it. Can I speak to it?
Please.
Yeah. If I look at this year in my head as a trial to see where we can get with it in terms of our community participants and our numbers, and you mentioned sponsorship. So what I would recommend is that we look at it as sponsoring it as a town. Hear me through it. There's no paperwork required for what I'm thinking, but if we were to look at sponsoring Mondays and Tuesdays as free swim days, and then take those numbers and see how much of our community got involved compared to previous Mondays and Tuesdays, then this could be something that may, add fuel to the fire next year when we're sitting around this table trying to figure something out, if we haven't come up with additional sponsorship. And I'm saying Mondays and Tuesdays because in my head I would think those would be 2 off days. I would never, I'd love to say Saturday, Sundays, everyone, but if we were to do Mondays and Tuesdays, just to see where our numbers are at, see if this is something that actually boosts our numbers and gets our community together. I would really like to see our community together.
No, thank you for those comments. I'll go on the record too, and I applaud you for what you're saying, Ed, but I will agree with the Deputy Mayor. My experience has also been that when you provide a service and you provide a certain level of service, you don't take it back. It's extremely hard to walk it back because there's an expectation that that level of service will be there. And I don't have a problem with that, but I always like to do things properly. So I'll support the Deputy Mayor that we work this year on providing a program, putting something together that in 2024 we can implement Councillor Rappin's program. But I'd also like to ask, I don't think I've ever seen a sponsorship for free swimming. I don't think I've ever seen it advertised at all. I know we do it a lot for the hockey, so could our focus be now that the hockey season's winding down, or sorry, the ice skating season winding down, could we shift our focus to putting attention to the pool and requesting sponsorships for there? So those are my comments. But so Councillor Rappin has a motion on the floor. All those in favor of the motion? I think you did, but go ahead. Monday, Tuesday, correct. Okay, so Councillor Rappin has a motion on the floor, seconded by Councillor Best still. Yeah, thank you. All those in favor? Yeah, okay, that doesn't carry. Deputy Mayor, would you like to make a motion to, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion that we work on sponsorships for the pool and take some time so that in the fall, we can bring something back to council that's well-researched, and the possibility of, it could even be something as simple as, we used to have cheap movies on Tuesdays. You know, something that's greatly discounted for a swim on a day or two a week, or a free day or something like that. That I'm very interested in looking into.
Okay, so that's moved by the deputy mayor, and I believe Councillor Gabrick wanted to second that. Yeah. Could we also add in there that we start looking towards or advertising for sponsorships for this year, so that we could start providing some of those swims free? Would that be acceptable to the mover and the seconder? Thank you. Okay, so you have a motion on the floor. Any comments or questions? Councillor Foster, please.
Thank you, Mayor Norcross. Just with reference, and I'm not sure who to ask, but for sponsorships, do we not contract out to an existing company currently for hockey sponsorships?
I think that's advertising, but I will-
Advertising on the boards?
Yeah, but once again,
something-
I'll defer to the CAO just so we're on record.
I guess the overall question was, what exactly is our current policy with sponsorships, and how would this work?
Thank you, Mayor Norcross, and through you to Councillor Foster and members of committee. Yes, the advertising on the hockey arena boards, managed somewhat differently, is more of an advertising contract. We do have on our books to actually complete is a more comprehensive sponsorship policy, which we will want to be bringing to council as soon as we can possibly get to it. So, which would now include things like swims, and we can even include skates if council is amenable to that. So, yes, a much broader version of a sponsorship policy is in the works.
Thank you, Councillor Foster. Follow up, please.
Thank you. Yeah, this came up 3.5 years ago about expanding our sponsorship policy. So I would potentially ask that the motion be amended to accommodate that swimming accompany the existing sponsorship policy that's sitting out there, and be brought back to council in due time, if that's acceptable at all.
I'll look to them. Sorry. Okay, the mover agrees. The seconder, you're fine with that? Thank you. Okay, so we have the amendment to the amendment. Any other comments or questions in regards? Councillor Gabrick.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm still hopeful that we'll be able to find a sponsor for this summer. If the town is able to, complete the report as a separate item, but specifically for swimming, and then get that publicly listed so that some of the larger and medium-sized companies in the town can take advantage of this, because it looks like it fits with some things that other people might be looking for as opportunities.
Well, absolutely, Councillor Gabrick. And you know what? You can sponsor 2 hours of swimming or an hour. They'll work out what the hourly cost is, and then we'll put that package out and we'll market it through the social media programs and our Parks and Rec books. So we'll go from there. So we have a motion duly moved and seconded on the floor. All those in favor, please. And that is carried. Thank you. Now I'm going around it. Okay, I don't see any other councillor requests. I would like to look to the general manager. Could you give us, if you're able to give us an update on where we are with the budget, the percentages, please? If you're able.
Through your worship, 3.74 to council. Pre 1%.
Okay, council, just so you know, you're at 3.74 plus council's desire to add 1% to the asset replacement plan. And everybody, we're good with that? So, okay. So the next one, Councillor Foster, which one were you referencing, please?
Thank you, Mayor Norcross.
Service enhancement requests.
Yeah, the FTEs, which show up on page 25 in the budget binder.
Will everybody get to 25? Okay, so yeah, just waiting for everybody to get there, because there was one I'll start with, and I think the one we have to deal with, and I think it's fair to deal with, is the request for the I'm just drawing my blank here. Give me 1 second.
CMMS, and is that one?
Yeah, I'm just going to go through the list. So just give me 10 seconds here, just to make sure that I've lined up properly, please. Okay. I have. So, Councillor Foster, you brought it forward. Would you like to make a comment suggesting?
I would, just a bit of a precursor to it is that we've spoke about before that currently, not to delve back into it, but at a very high level, staffing everywhere across the entire universe is a challenge. It's a brutal challenge, and we're certainly not exempt here in New Tecumseth. So as a result of the challenges that we currently sit with the existing staffing positions, I would respectfully suggest that we go through these on a line-by-line basis and establish the full necessity and say to ourselves, can we work without some of these positions for the 2023 year?
Thank you, Councillor Foster. Yeah, what I was doing is what my plan was simple, is that we all have the paperwork in front of us. I was going to deal with each position individually, and really it was going to be more of everyone's had the opportunity to investigate, everyone's had the opportunity to research, everyone's had the opportunity to reach out to the directors that directly are impacted by these positions. So I would just call them one by one, and councils will vote yes or no. And that's how I would like to move it forward. And if you want to go off the page 25, which we can, the first one I have is the IT summer student. Is everybody on the same page, or? Okay. I know that the HR put forward that we were going to do a study on pay compensation for 2023. My thought process is that I would respectfully put it out there that we put it in the 2024 budget, but that's open for council's discretion and comment. So, Councillor Foster, you want to move that now? Seconded by Deputy Mayor. Is there any comments or questions on that from council? Councillor Bess.
Thank you, Worship. So just to be clear, Councillor Foster, your motion is to defer the compensation survey review to out another year. Is that correct?
Correct, Councillor Bess.
And through your worship, what was the what's the budget impact and where was it coming from?
I would look to the general manager.
Through your worship, 15,000, and it was coming through HR consulting.
Councillor Bess.
Thank you, Worship. Through your worship to the director of HR. I remember back in the day where we had delayed the compensation review for a decade, I guess, and the impact was quite large. In your opinion, is this something that let me be fair to you. Let me be fair to the question I'm going to ask. Would the impact of delaying it yet another year? How do I put it to be fair? I'm trying to be fair to you to answer the question fairly. I guess what I'm saying is would this be a sizable impact to you and your operation, and then overall to the town in terms of making sure we compensate our people fairly, to keep them, to retain our talent, and attract new talent?
Whatever you're comfortable answering, GM, because sorry, it's the same director. It's the same. Whatever you're comfortable.
Through your worship to Councillor Biss. Sorry, is this on? Okay. Putting this compensation review off for one more year, it could increase the difference the variance that we end up having to meet the market comparisons. So when we did do it last time, it was over 10 years that the compensation review had been done. And as a result, the adjustment was fairly significant, absolutely. So by putting it off this time round, it will increase the difference and the adjustments, which, we're really putting off the pain, and it's going to keep, the numbers are going to keep rising. Because right now we are under the average for COLA increases each year. So each year that exponentially makes a difference as to how we compare to our municipal comparators. So we're falling behind in that regard. But other municipalities are regularly doing compensation reviews because they are struggling with recruitment and retention as well. So they're making those adjustments. So those two factors keep putting us behind if we're not keeping up. So the longer you put it off, the higher the adjustment will inevitably be.
Do you have a supplementary, Councillor Bess?
Thank you, Worship. Through your worship to Director of HR. Pavlina, so I guess, so I can understand, especially in the environment now with such high inflation, with such a competitive nature for talent to attract it here. If we put it off, we just, not unlike if we put off fixing our capital investments, they deteriorate. You get deeper potholes. So we just continue to dig ourselves a deeper and deeper hole. And in my opinion, and in my experience from the last time, is that the costs that we pay down the road are often greater than the costs that we pay up front because of the fact that we've delayed it. Not unlike if we do not reinvest and keep up our capital assets. Would you agree with that comment?
Whatever you're comfortable with, Director, answering.
Through your worship to Councillor Bruce, absolutely I agree, because it's costing us a lot more with the turnover, the constant rehiring, retraining. We've already seen half of the people that left in the last year were only with us for 2 years. That's a huge stat, because as soon as something out there comes available that pays better, they leave. That is felt across all the municipalities. And I do want to point out as well that when we do a compensation review, it's done at the 50th percentile. So we're not comparing to the highest paid municipalities. It's a 50th percentile, meaning 50% pay less and 50% more when with the data that it's compared to. And what the recommendations come as. So I just wanted to clarify that as well, so that people don't think that we're comparing to the highest. We're not.
Thank you for those comments. I'm going to go around. Oh, sorry, Councillor Jackson. I apologize.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to, I'll say CAO or Director Thompson. When was the last time the comprehensive salary review was completed?
Through your worship to Councillor Jacks, it was done in 2018 and it was implemented in 2019.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Supplementary?
Go ahead.
Through your worship, correct me if I'm wrong, from I believe our planning session or our first budget working session, the last time an employee engagement survey or a job satisfaction survey was conducted internally was right in that same time?
Was at the end of 2019.
Okay. In my experience, and this is with all due respect, there is a difference between attraction and retention. And in conversation that I've had with, I digress. What I'm wondering is if it is pushed for one more year, we are certainly not infringing on the same gap in time, the 10 years that we had waited for in delay in completing the comprehensive salary review in the past. But perhaps this gives us the opportunity to initiate an employee engagement survey that then also determines that the criteria in which our current town employees determine are of value to them when they are measuring their job satisfaction and engagement with the town's as an employer. And it may give us a more complete picture of where the salary point should be, and so that they aren't going to be reactionary just based on the outcome of the comprehensive salary review, but some other factors are taken into consideration as well that gives us that point that makes the most sense for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go around. I want everybody to have an opportunity. So I've done this. I'm going to come back up. Councillor Rappin.
Through you to all staff, actually. I come from a profession where money isn't the deciding factor in where I go and what I do. And I think the majority of teachers are like that. Because if we wanted to make the most money, we'd be in the Yukon or Northwest Territories. But then your cost of living is different and that kind of thing. So what I'm wondering is, in the municipal sector, is dollars the only deciding factor in terms of getting people to work for you? And if dollars the only motivating factor, then you'll always be motivated by dollars. So if we don't stay on top of that, then we're just going to lose you a couple more years to someone else who's trying more money. You know what I mean? Like, is there other ways? I think there was a word you used in your thing, destination or forgive me for not remembering what it was. But I just want to understand, is money the only thing that motivates this business sector? And if it isn't, what are some other possibilities?
I'm going to go to the CAO, please.
Thank you, Mayor Norcross. Through you to Councillor Rappin and members of committee. My initial reaction perhaps my initial thoughts in any organization, I wouldn't like to think that dollars are the only driving force that attracts or retains employees. Number of other factors would be considered on most cases, and obviously we have to speak fairly broadly, because for some people maybe it is. For some people maybe at a different point in time of your life maybe it is. But I think there are a number of factors that people do consider. I think the challenges that we have now, and I think all members of council as well as all members of our staffing recognize that we're in a very different market right now than what we may have been even just a couple of years ago. So things like, salaries, benefits, degrees of flexibility, the culture of the workplace, things like that are all considered by people when they're weighing out, where they choose to work. But I don't think, and I think some degrees now, I think some elements are of a different level of interest to people. 3 years ago, if you would have talked to somebody about hybrid work model, they would have looked at you rather strange, because it wasn't something that we even factored in. Now it is. I think those are, from the research that I've done, they're additional factors, they're not replacement factors, right? So I think salaries would always be fairly high on the list, especially when people look at your comparators, because municipality is very different than the private sector, that you've got a lot more flexibility. Municipalities, we don't have degrees of flexibility, right? So you are very rigid with respect to your salary grid, where people land on that grid. There's not a lot of flexibility to move people around. Bonuses, things like that don't happen in the municipal world. So the grid or the salaries are, I would say, a fairly large determining factor. Is it the only factor? I would like to say no. But like I say, I think I can't paint everyone with the same brush, because everyone's circumstances are very different, and maybe very different at what point in your life you're in. So, Councillor Rappin, a long-winded answer to your question, but no, it's not the only one. But I would certainly say at this point in time, with the market being really driven by employees, which no employer really likes to be in, but it is an employee-driven market right now, I would suggest that it is fairly high on most people's list.
Okay, Councillor Rappin? I'm coming back around. So, you moved the motion, Shield. I'm going to give you a final word. Is that okay? Councillor Masters, did you have a comment? Are you okay?
Just a quick comment, Your Worship. Thank you. Maybe a question through the staff. In our hiring practices, we're looking at purely at salaries, but is there a progression hierarchy that when somebody comes in at the very bottom of a particular position, where we explain to them what the progression could be to a final, level of say, management, that would give them a higher salary. So in other words, you can hire somebody at a lower level, but if they see there's a progression, an advantage to progress in a particular organization to a higher level, then the salary is not necessarily the starting point that they came in. It's maybe their progression through the particular company that will be more attractive to them. Do we offer that kind of a progression when we hire through our organization? I know it may be a little different from a municipality, from a private organization, but I think we still have that potential for people to progress through the different portions of our company, of our administration that can offer them a higher paying position.
Thank you for those comments. Are there any other comments? Councillor Cox.
Thank you, Mayor Norcross. Through you, I'm all about saving money in our studies and reviews too. Just a quick question to staff. Is a compensation review typically one of those studies or reviews that is done internally through an organization?
You'll look to the CAO, please.
Mayor Norcross, through you to Councillor Cox, no, it's not. It's normally done externally for a number of reasons, and I'm sure you can appreciate the degrees of sensitivity with respect to that. Doing a study like that internally would not be recommended. We can certainly do one-offs, and through Ms. Thompson's department in our HR, she does that quite often, where we have to look at individual positions just to see if we're running into some significant hiring challenges. Sometimes we do sort of a bit of an external scan with our counterparts throughout Simcoe County and some to the south, but an overall comprehensive study, no, we would usually go external for that. And if I could, Mayor Norcross, just to answer Councillor Masters' questions, yes, the salary grid is a series of levels and 5 steps in each level, and when that information is all made public to the applicants when they're applying for a position, that you are in level whatever of the organization, and their salary ranges from X to Y. That X to Y covers those 5 steps.
Thank you, CEO, for those comments. Councillor Cox, you're good?
Sorry, just supplementary, and I must have missed it. Was this compensation review slated to be done internally, or was it being contracted out?
Through you, Mayor Norcross, this was being planned to be external.
Thank you. And then when you do these studies, how long are they good for, Director? Like, I would assume if you do one in 23, you want to implement it 2024 because it's current.
Right, through your worship, through you to your worship. Yes, so we look at, the best practice is to do these reviews every 3 to 5 years. It will now be 5 years, and yes, we would want to implement it right away. However, the way we did it last time, we implemented in the most cost-effective manner. So we didn't implement everything at the beginning of the year. We actually staggered our implementation to be cost-effective. So we would be looking to do that as well if there are adjustments that need to be made.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Councillor Foster, I think everyone's had an opportunity. It's your motion. If you have no further comment, that's fine.
Thank you, Mayor Norcross. To address a couple of points, is that if we have pay, we have culture, we have quality of life living in a small town. There's a number of factors that play into this. If you look at the labor market, and I don't profess to see what's going to happen tomorrow, let alone 3 years out from now, but I think the reality of it is the labor market is changing primarily because a lot of people older, 50-something plus, have left the workforce and have left that gap at the bottom in the entry market. So I think for us to we're moving to a new building, we're embarking on looking at possibly hybrid type models to work from home, whatever that may look like. I think to proceed with a compensation review, that sort of automatically brings it to the top of the pile as to being number one. So in my humble opinion, I'll see what the rest of council believes, is that it should, I'm just as happy to put off a motion that it be deferred till someone wants to bring it back, but the current motion is defer to next year, and I think there's legitimate reasons for doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Foster. So, another comments or question? Motion's on the floor, duly moved and seconded. All those in favor, please. And that carries. Thank you. So the next one we're going to look at is the staffing positions, and I'll just go through my list here that I have. Sure. Deputy Mayor, do you have a question, please, that you would like to ask?
Come on. Okay. Thank you. I'm looking at the service enhancement request sheet that's on the projector, and I'm interested in the town hall cost increase of $180,875. First off, I can't seem to find it in my budget binder, so I'd like to see where it is in that, and if staff could speak to that. I'm not sure. I didn't find it in my binder, but I'm also not feeling good about any cost increases for the town hall. Is that this town hall? Is it the new town hall? I'm assuming it's the new one, but not sure, so clarification would be appreciated.
Through your worship to council, that is a combination. I believe there actually is an SER. It's under the Parks and Facilities stuff. Yes, contracting for cleaning, utilities, the maintenance of the building. There's an FTE that will be required to operate, the facility and the equipment and the HVAC. It's the new town hall.
Yeah, please go ahead. I'm just digesting myself.
So is there something in our budget binder that breaks down that $180,000? Because it's sort of taken me back a little bit, and I just would like some more specific information.
Me too.
We'll figure it out. We've got a year to figure it out.
So close. There's almost 15 minutes. One.
Through your worship to council, so that was an SER from last year because we were supposed to move into the new town hall last year. And what was going to happen was, so in 2022, we budgeted for additional increases to reflect the operation of the new town hall, but it was only for a period of 3 months, October, November, December. And this was the additional cost that was going to be generated for representing a full year of maintenance and whatnot for the new town hall. And then, in addition, we discounted this year's amount because we weren't moving in until March.
Thank you, GM. Okay, so I know we've been sitting for a while, so I'll always refer the GM when she wants us to take a quick break. So, but why don't we just start through this? Is that okay?
Through your worship, yes, I guess as a group, I'm not, is it a reasonable assumption that we will get through the rest of the content in approximately an hour? Is that a reasonable assumption?
I would. Here's what a reasonable assumption. This is a no, this is a guarantee. We will finish today.
All right.
We,
Then
yeah.
I would suggest we break for lunch.
Okay.
We have not ordered lunch. We
That's fine.
could do something about that, or we could just break for 40 minutes and.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we could all make our own way, and I just think, I know we've all been sitting here for a while, and I think we're close to the last part to go through, but it is now almost 12:15, I think. So we'll be back here by 1:55, ready to go, and we will finish today. GM, is that acceptable?
Sounds good to me.
Council, are you good with that? Yep. Thank you. Okay, see you. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Thank you. So we're moving through the budget process. I know it's been quite an interesting day, so we'll just continue working through. So the next up is we're looking at staffing requests. And Councillor Foster, I believe that you had pulled that to the forefront. What I had suggested is that we all have our budget binders and we'll go through each position. If you have a question for clarification, please answer. If not, I'm just going to ask council to vote going forward, if everyone's amenable to that, and we'll work through the process. So the first one I have on my list is the administration bylaw, which is a bylaw services assistant, and that's a new position. Somebody like to move a motion that we, Councillor Gabrick, that we approve the position? Thank you. Seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Comments or questions on that? Okay, all those in favor of that position? That's carried. Thank you. So that position has been added. The next one we come down to is Administration Corporal Affairs, Corporate Facilities, CMMS Coordinator. That is a staffing new position. Somebody want to make a motion on the floor that we accept that position? Okay, so that position has not been added. Pardon me? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, sorry. So Councillor Harrison McIntyre. Is there a seconder? Councillor Biss. Comments or questions in regards to that? I'm not seeing any. All those in favor of that? That does not carry. Next one is Corporate Facility Operators, new Town Hall, a new staffing position. Do we have somebody to put a motion on the floor to add that position? Councillor Biss. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Harrison McIntyre. Is there comments or questions in regards to that position? Councillor Gabrick.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just wondering, would the facilitator that's operating this building not move over to the new building? Or do we not have one currently? That's you.
Yeah, I think you got your answer to the question. Thank you. So I'm going to call the vote again, please. All those in favor of that in that position? And that does not carry. Moving on, Corporate Facilities Engineering. Sorry, no, I have Engineering, Human Resources General, HR Recruiter Generalist. Do we have a motion to put that position on the floor, please? Councillor Biss, second by Councillor Harrison McIntyre. Comments or questions in regards to this? I'm not seeing any. All those in favor? That does not carry. Moving on, a new position we're moving to Human Resources, and it's General Business Systems Programmer Analysis, new position. Do we have a mover? Councillor Biss. Seconder. Councillor Harrison McIntyre. That's on the floor. Is there any comments and questions in regard to the Business Systems Programmer Analysis? I'm not, sorry, Deputy Mayor, you have a comment or question? Please go ahead.
A comment, thank you, Mayor. I believe that there is, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but there is a connection between the Business Systems Programmer Analyst and the CMMS Coordinator that we've already voted no to. So I'm not sure if it's appropriate to need one and not the other. If we voted no to one, I believe it would make sense to vote no to the other one, but staff could possibly clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll direct to the GM or to the CAO. My apologies, and CAO, wherever you want it to go.
Thank you, Mayor Norcross. Yes, the two positions are connected.
Thank you for that clarification. So we have a mover and a seconder on the floor. All those in favor, please. It does not carry. Moving on. Information and Technology Parks. So we have new positions created in the parks grass cutting. Do we have a mover and a seconder to add those positions? Councillor Gabrick, Councillor Jacks. Thank you. Are there any comments or questions in regards to? Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I guess through to GM Hoppy, if we don't approve this, will we just have to outsource the grass cutting?
Your Worship, through you to the Deputy Mayor. Basically, we would have to reduce our service levels for all of our park service in general.
Thank you. Councillor Foster.
Thank. Oh, sorry. I'd just like to understand the correlation between the 27. I think I recall that's from the the email about vacancies, the 27 vacant positions related to the 1.16, how, if we don't fill that 1.16, what does that do for service levels in light of the fact that there are 27 current positions unavailable in Parks and Recreation?
I guess I'd look to GM Hoppy.
Your worship, I'm not sure I fully understand the question. So we're, part of our list of 27, we're currently recruiting for our normal summer grass crew. So this 1.16 is over and above our standard number of person hours required for the service.
Oh, okay, I understand, I guess, okay, mathematically I understand what you're saying, but because of the vacancies, is there a reasonable expectation that those 27 positions will be filled prior to the summer and be throughout the 2023 year? My assumption is that would be extremely difficult to achieve. So why would we add on additional positions when we're having the challenges, not exclusive to New Tecumseth, but the challenges in the world related to the positions? That's probably more my direct question.
Your worship, I'm not sure I have a good answer for that, Councillor Foster. We do have staff capacity in order to provide the level of service to our parks. These are the resources we need to do that. So we will recruit, and hopefully we do get those positions filled.
Councillor Foster.
Thank you. I know that wasn't not an easy question to answer, and nobody can predict the future. Just to speak to my own thoughts, is that I would like to see us as a municipality work towards filling the existing positions and not move ahead with 8 or 9 additional positions at that point in time, just because of the challenges that present. So I think this is, that's just my position. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to go to the CAO, please.
Thank you, Mayor Norcross. Perhaps there's a little bit of a misunderstanding. The current vacancies that are in our Parks Recreation area, if we filled all of those, your service levels would still be altered because of the addition of parkland. So the FTEs that are being requested here as far as a grass cutting crew will have to be filled in addition to the current vacancies that we will be recruiting for on our seasonal list. That would address our current level of parkland, which has been increased over the past year. So we will be recruiting to fill those current vacancies, Councillor Foster, but even if we filled all of them, your service level would still drop because you don't have the people to cut the current level of grass.
Thank you for the clarification, CAO.
Thank you. And just for clarification, through to GM Hoppy, we do now use outside contractors, though, to cut grass. Am I correct? So everything we do is in-house.
Yes, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. So, okay, just clarifying. So back to the grass cutting. Are there any other comments or questions in regards to this? I'll look to the clerk. Can you refresh who moved and seconded it? Sorry, the mover of that was Councillor Gabrick. Seconder was Councillor Jacks. Thank you. Okay, those positions all in favor, please. That is carried. Thank you. The next one I have is Fleet Services Coordinator, which is a new position. Do we have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Best, Councillor Jacks. Are there any comments or questions on this position? Councillor Masters.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Fleet Director. How many other people are in Fleet Administration at this point in time, and what would this particular clerk be doing?
I would look to Director Horn. Sorry, Director Horn, you're in the back row, so you have to, I guess you got here last, eh? Okay, I thought that was funny. Okay, sorry.
Through your worship to Councillor Masters, there are currently no full-time FTEs in the admin area. We have a contract position that's in there that'll continue into the next year. To sum this up, or to be frank, Fleet is struggling or drowning to maintain compliance with our CVOR and our fleet maintenance standards, so to speak, that we're obligated to maintain. We are short on mechanics. We only have 3 FTEs for technicians, and we're looking to outsource the work, given that the fleet has increased over the last number of years. To outsource that work, we do need a coordinator to assist with that process, because there is a fair amount of coordination that's involved in facilitating that. The other component to that position is right now the technicians, they administer all the parts ordering, the warranty work, the day-to-day operations of those fleets. So we've got mechanics doing that admin work as opposed to having a coordinator to do that admin work. I hope that answers your question.
Thanks, Chad. That definitely answered my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. Any other comments or questions, please? I'm not seeing any, so it's moved and seconded for the new position. All those in favor, please. And that's carried. Thank you. Now, based on my list, the next one I have is the Building Student Co-op.
Through your worship,
Yeah, go ahead.
just
Sorry.
a clarification. So those, I think you're working from page 25. So all of those student positions have already been approved by council in the past. And the only reason they're on this list is because they, their first term, they were approved in a program, if you recall, council approved a co-op program for 12-month students. There were 3 positions approved during 2022, and they are new in 2023 because they weren't in the budget in 2022. And so they're just being transferred from various departments.
Thank you for that explanation. Appreciate that. So I think that was all the positions then. I don't think I've missed any. Deputy Mayor, you have a question? Please go ahead.
Oh, I have my mic on. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a question under the environmental and/or the public works for the water wastewater rate study. It's on page 24 under professional services. I'm just wondering where the money is coming from, and maybe Director Horn could speak to why we need that study. Thank you.
Director Horn, are you prepared to answer that? Or do you want to? Okay, so that'll go to our Director of Finance. Do you want a minute, Director?
Yes, if you don't mind. Your
No,
worship,
we
just
don't.
give me a
Yeah,
minute or two.
yeah, no, that's fine. We can come back. That's fine. Are there any other comments or questions in regards to the staffing that's put before council? Okay, I don't see any comments. Sorry, Councillor Betts.
Excuse me, sorry, thank you, Worship. Through your worship to staff, I wasn't keeping track of who was added and who was not added. Could someone just provide council with a summary of the positions that were approved and the positions that were not?
Yeah, I'd look to the GM if she directed however she chooses.
Well, this one is kind of easy, actually. So if you want to look at that list, it'll help you also identify the dollar value that's associated with those positions, just for context. But none of the SERs were approved except for the bylaw services assistant and the grass cutting crew and the fleet services coordinator. Actually, I guess that's 50%.
I can give a bit of context to what it meant. I believe it's water and wastewater asset replacement, but I would need to confirm the funding source for that. But to give you a bit of information, we've never done a water wastewater rate study. That's the intent of this, is to determine if our rates are reasonable given our expenses and try to work towards full cost recovery. We felt it was a timely thing to do, given the fact that we are partnering to undertake this new plant construction. We felt it made sense to do that and make sure our rates are covering all of our potential costs. So, and just to, I can add another comment now. I did get confirmation. It's from water user rates. They'll be paid for through the water user rates.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, does that answer your question, or do you have a follow-up, please?
Follow-up. would it make more sense to do this? Like, will we have all the information with our impending water infrastructure expanding? Will we have all the pertinent information to be able to do this study and get to the right rates? Because I know we have a lot of water infrastructure coming our way in the next few years, and just want to make sure that the timing of it makes sense.
I think we have a good handle for the most part on the rates. As you've mentioned, the construction's coming up. We don't know exactly what that cost is going to be. Our hope, though, is to go through and identify all of the necessary costs at this point, with the hope that we can get a model from the consultant and then going forward be able to recreate it ourselves in future and eliminate the need to go external.
Thank you. And Director, just to clarify, sorry, I don't mean to ask too many questions, but, you know, our water rate system, it's a user pay system, so those that are on town supplied water are the ones that pay into the system. And it's not a for-profit system.
Correct.
So the rates that are charged is what it costs to actually operate the system and then put money aside to replace our assets and our infrastructure. Am I correct in saying that?
Yes, you are.
Thank you very much. And you're just looking to make sure that we're doing it properly and that we are recovering the money we need to recover as we need to replace our assets in the future.
That's correct, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. So Councillor Cox and Councillor Biss.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to staff, when we weren't collecting the full user rates, where were we supplementing for the shortfall? Was that through gas tax or?
Do you want to answer that? Do you have Bedford?
Through your worship
Yep.
to Councillor Cox, the shortfall generally comes out of the asset replacement. So if you understand the intricacies of the water, wastewater budget model, that there's a small amount allocated in the rate to asset management that we use, and you know, you've been familiar now with how we choose to use the asset replacement reserve to fund some of the projects. What's happening, though, is we are not putting the appropriate amount into that reserve. And so this user rate study will definitely look at that to say you should be putting X dollars per year into the reserve in order to accommodate future replacement. So it really was the reserve that was suffering and not a supplemental contribution from taxpayers.
That's good. Thank you. Councillor Biss, thank you.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Councillor Cox, for bringing that up. That was kind of what I was getting at. From what I understand, the operational expenses have been covered by user pay, and as you mentioned, the asset replacement has been. So in your opinion, between the two, where are we in terms of cost recovery within that closed loop system of water, wastewater, when you include both capital and operations?
Through your worship to Councillor Biss, I did a PowerPoint presentation, and I have the slide. Again, I'd have to take a moment to go and grab it. But we are multi-millions away from meeting there's a funding gap in the water wastewater area. It's multiple millions of dollars.
Okay, thank you. Are you okay with that, Councillor Biss?
It's just a supplemental, through your worship, if that's okay?
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Through your worship to Jim Bedford. And so I guess, what that tells me is that we've been in a bit of a, let me put it another way. How have we paid for this difference between what the users are paying and what we've been spending?
If you're comfortable.
Through your worship, so it speaks to the condition of our assets is what it does. And I'm not going to say that our assets are not in perfect condition, because we haven't done full condition assessments on a lot of our assets. In particular, water, wastewater, and I'm sure our director, Horn, can speak to this. We are working, since asset management has become a priority here at the town, and I would say that in the last 3 or 4 years we've been focusing in that world. We've been very good at doing condition assessments on our roads. So we've done our roads needs studies. We've been very good at doing them on our bridges and infrastructure that way because we're mandated to do that. We have never, or it's been a very long time since we've ever done condition assessments on our facilities. We're in the works of doing one right now. And there is some money in this budget as well to do some condition assessments, not a lot, but about $100,000 to do some condition assessments on our water wastewater world. So we'll have a better handle on what condition those assets are in.
Sure.
Through your worship to GM Bedford, I know, the last council put in the capital levy of 1% for, obviously to asset replacement. Was there ever a discussion, or are you foreseeing a capital levy similar added to the user rates for water, wastewater?
Through your worship to council and Councillor Biss, that's a model. So using a 1% levy is a model. Another model is to build it right into the rates. Generally speaking, I think that municipalities have been building it into their water, wastewater rates as opposed to creating a separate, we wouldn't call it a levy because it's a user fee system. That model of this 1% levy is more common on the tax base. Most municipalities, was interesting because, maybe I digress too much, but it was interesting because when we first started negotiating with Collingwood, one of the first things we did was we had to get a consultant to come in and do a rate analysis, but it was going to be on the water rate that we were paying Collingwood. And right away, they included full asset replacement in their rate. And we challenged that to say, why would we incorporate that in our rate? We're not using that model for our own water system. And the consultant's response was, well, you better get that changed because you're falling behind, because almost all municipalities are working towards that model.
Thank you. Very insightful, GM. Appreciate that. Councillor Foster, do you have a question, please?
Thank you. Just to clarify, the previous council initiated a 0.5% levy. The 1% levy is being presented to this council to increase it, correct? Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification, Councillor Foster. Okay, so do we have an idea where we're at the tax increase? Has somebody been keeping track on that, or what the percentage is?
Through your worship to council, 3.2.
Thank you very much. We're down to 3.2. So the tax increase we're seeing on it right now is 3.2. With the blended rate from the county, it will be about 3%, GM, give or take. That's okay, my fault. Yeah, so we're sitting at 3.2 with the blended rate from the county, and we're sitting around a 3%.
No, through your worship, 3.2 is just strictly the town of New Tecumseh.
Yeah.
And blended, I don't know if we've done the blended.
Oh, no worries. Okay, so we're sitting at 3.2, council, plus, just want to make it clear, plus 1% that we're arbitrarily picking to put aside for our asset management and replacement costs. That's being proposed this year. Okay, so we're through that. I'm not sure what's left. Just go around the table. Sorry, Councillor Foster?
Thank you, Mayor Norcross. I'd just like to cover two things if I could. One was the staff gapping. And I haven't looked at my email today, so I'm not sure if the question that I'd asked was how much is the projected staff gapping if we didn't have the vacancies as compared to what appears in the budget, and if there is a variation, could you let us know what that variation is, please?
I'll look to the CAO, please.
Through your worship, to Councillor Foster, I'm interpreting today's question differently than the question that you asked in the email. I think your question is saying, given today's vacancies, what would the result of the gapping be? Or what would that generate in terms of gapping? Is that the question?
Yes. If the current vacancies we have as of January 1st of 2023 were to materialize throughout the year, no change, what is the value of those vacancies? And if that number is $1 and we have 99 cents as gapping, why would there be a variation, and what would be the explanation for it? Does that clarify what?
I think so. Through your worship, I have an email and I have to just grab it. see it. So how many emails I have to go through? Oh.
While the GM's going through her emails, is there any other comments or questions? So we'll just, okay. Sorry, ahead, Councillor Foster.
It's from Pamela.
I don't want to overload the GM. I just wanted to take a quick review of the capital tax levy when she's
Okay,
finished
sure.
with that one. if I
Capital
could.
tax. Okay, we'll review of capital tax levy.
Sorry, I'm almost there. I'm almost
That's
there. These are all
okay.
my emails from Pavlina. Come on, Pavlina, you're coming to the top, honestly. Jeez, what? I'm only in 2022, man, oh man.
Lori, do you want this?
I want the one you sent me this morning. Here, Thank you. Oh, yes, perfect, thank you. All right.
Sorry, Mr. CLB, sorry, GM, sorry.
Yeah, that's right.
Sorry.
My apologies, Mayor Norcross. Director Gallant had just informed me that she has the blended number that you were seeking a few moments ago.
Thank you, Director Gallant. Thank you, CAO.
Thank you. Your worship, the blended rate, including the county and the school boards, is 3.29.
So ours is 3.2, and when we blend, we go to 3.2.
That includes the 1% for capital.
So if you,
Apologies.
no, can you pull the 1% out? Are you able to do that?
We can do that.
I'm just curious.
2.7.
2.75. Okay, thank you. And then with the one in is 3.29. Okay, thank you. So, GM.
Answer. Okay, and this is not going to be simple. Through your worship, Councillor Foster. So, if we put a cost on the vacancies that exist today, I had to make some assumptions. So the assumption I made is that the vacancies would only be vacant for 3 months. Some will be more, some will be less. So today's vacancies would result in, and that's the email that I just, that your math isn't on that one, was $138,000. So that is not the method that we use in order to calculate gapping, because we'll have vacancies throughout the year, and some will be a lot and some will be small, and there'll be vacancies we're not even aware of today that will happen. And I had to make another assumption, because the vacancies that I referred to that I calculated to be 138,000, there were additional vacancies there, but we are assuming we're going to fill those vacancies. And you had just earlier referred to one of them, the parks crew. There's 9 people that we're looking for, but we have to assume that we're going to fill them, because if we don't, we won't be able to provide the services. Like we have, we have camp counselors, we have aquatic instructors. Hopefully, we will fill all these positions, but we don't know the answer to that question. In order to calculate gapping, we usually use historic information on the variance between what we budgeted for salaries and what ended up being vacancies during the course of the year. We started our gapping, and gapping is on, again, I'm getting long-winded. I'm trying to decide when to cut this off. We started our gapping only about 4 years ago. We never gapped at all before that, and that would generate surpluses for us. We knew that we would get surpluses, but the surpluses is the only opportunity we have to fund our asset management plan in the past. If we didn't have the surpluses, we'd have no asset management reserve. So we created these gappings. We started with 250? 300,000. And then last year we went to 500,000, and this year we're proposing 650,000. And that is just based on the historic average of the surpluses that we have been experiencing in the past due to vacancies.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I wasn't looking for that level of detail. I guess I probably could have cut it off by saying, if you use the number based on the last history, you use 200, then you use 300, then you use 500. When you rationalize it all at the end of the year, are you within 10%? Are you close? That was probably more generally the question, just to understand if the gapping formula is effective. I wasn't looking for to understand exactly how you go through it all, so I probably should have put that in the first place.
Yes, it's effective. But to give you an example, we just looked it up. So this year, we're anticipating, this year meaning 2022 actuals, we're anticipating a $100,000 variance on a $20 million budget. So it's pretty effective.
So then you've pushed that as tight as you can, in your opinion. That's all. That's,
Yes, we felt that pushing it by the extra 150 this year was being somewhat aggressive.
Yeah, you're scratching the
Supplementary.
guardrails is what you're saying. Sorry, go ahead.
a supplementary, if I could?
Sure,
Well, not
please.
supplementary, that's enough of that.
No, I was gonna say, can't count.
No.
It's about most of our, yeah, it's up, yeah.
If I could just circle back to something, and I asked this question. The capital tax that we spoke about before, and that conversation started because of the flooring at the NTRC. And the comment that came from that was it doesn't come out of taxation. And then as we drilled down further is the $1 million in capital tax is part of the base. So in essence, it's taxed on the base, it's moved to a reserve fund, and then money drawn from that is not referred to as taxation. But if you trace the origins back to it all comes back to taxation. So I would put this out there for your thoughts to council is, since a number of projects at different venues have not been completed or have been taken out of the budget by this council, effectively moving the capital tax levy, I think it was 2.1 million. If it had been adjusted to as a result of, that's from this report here, what would the thought process be that since everything seems to revolve generally around asset management, that seems to be our big concern, and not to disrupt the base as you referred to, is that are we better served to remove the capital tax or move that to asset replacement, which then starts to chew into our deficit between where we need to be and where we're at, instead of because I think you referenced that if you took the capital tax out, you could basically look and say we need to fund these particular entities, therefore they'll be reflected, and it seemed as if more that the $1 million base was more to level things out, was the intention. So if council's wish was not to worry about, not to worry about it, but accept the notion that some years we have to either make the tough decision to choose something or not choose something, instead of having this reserve that's there and we deal with asset management, is maybe it's a bit of a rejigging, but does that make more sense? Because the asset management always seems to be referred to as in a deficit and getting further and further and further away every year.
Through your worship to council, so that's a sort of a philosophical question, isn't it? But what I'm looking at here is the projects that we choose to fund through the capital tax, and they're different in nature than the type of projects that are funded through asset replacement. So asset replacement really, by definition, is only used for existing assets that you are refurbishing or replacing. The capital tax, more by definition, is used for new items that are introduced to the community. So the capital tax here, for example, this year is funding things like the fire master plan, PPE gear for new volunteer firefighters. I'm just randomly going down through here. Records and document management system, which is a piece of technology. The generator phase 2 construction for TCFC. We've never had a generator at TCFC, so it really wouldn't qualify for asset replacement. So I guess if you could assure yourselves as council that you were going to not do any projects that required capital tax, then you could redirect the capital tax money to the asset replacement, because we know we've got a list of asset replacement items. There's no shortage of those. But a lot of these other projects that utilize capital tax are more discretionary in nature, or they're newer items to the community.
Supplementary, you're right when it's philosophical, but it's also the idea is that when you have all these multiple pots of money, you can become delusional in the idea that, well, it doesn't come from taxation, but yes, it really does. So if the fundamental concept is to reduce the overall size and as we all heard at our strategic planning, stay in our lane, that maybe this is a philosophical move that actually addresses the immediate needs and causes this council and future councils to focus more on the priorities and establish that maybe some of those discretionary items, as you referred to them, are not so important, and that, you know, if I just put that out there for consideration, because to me, the more I think about it outside of this council chamber, the more you realize that just that notion that it's not from taxation embeds a philosophy in council and staff. It's not from taxation when really it clearly is from taxation, as everything is. And so that's, without going on into a big diatribe, I think that's my thought, and I think there's some room to do something there to set the stage for asset management in the future.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Foster. Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Jacks.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a comment on the heels of what the philosophy that Councillor Foster is sharing. It's certainly, I'm in favor of the consideration that he's proposed, as I philosophically believe that we need to divert some of our interest in new towards asset management. And I think I've expressed that with staff in various casual conversations, is certainly with the constituents in my ward and with fellow council. I'm very, very much in favor of a dedicated chapter of time that is focused on looking at projects that are carryover, multi-year, existing infrastructure that is in need of repair or maintenance, and allocating the dollars very intentionally towards that. What I think is also wonderful about this process is a decision made on how we want to handle the capital tax levy for 2023 is a decision made for this year, and it can be revisited each year based on the changing trends or changing needs and priorities of our town. So I know a motion isn't on the floor for this, but I would be in support of continuing the conversation on a redirect of the 1% capital tax levy in its redirect finding itself as a supplement to our asset management reserve. Thank you.
Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Mayor Norcross. I'll put a motion on the floor that the capital tax levy be reduced by $500,000, or by the equivalent of 1% tax increase, and that the levy for this year for asset replacement be increased to 2%. So it's a net wash, but it sets the stage for the future. That's the intention.
Through your worship to council, so something I'd like to just have council consider. Think of the capital tax, so there's two different, so the capital tax levy results in, the capital tax, it's confusing because we call them sort of almost the same thing. The capital tax isn't really a percentage, it's just $1 million. That's all it's been. It's $1 million that's raised every year. And that precedent has been set for at least 3 or 4 years now. So while we're talking about the fact that it's tax, it's already in the base. So nobody is paying extra tax. That is, there's no consequence to any existing residents to continue to put that $1 million into that reserve. There's no consequence at all. So, but what the consequence, the only way it would have a consequence is if you took it out, you would be saving the taxpayers $1 million. But they've already paid for it. And once the taxpayer pays for something once, it's in the base, they don't pay for it ever again. It's built into their annual tax rate. So I also want to point out, I'm just looking at the high value projects and I mean, our assets we have, I'm looking at an old report here, but this year's capital projects are equating to 22 million. We have a budget of 40 million. Let me just look at our asset values too. I have it fairly handy here. Just to give you again some context, $2.4 billion worth of assets in the town. When you think of $1 million a year, we're just going through this budget right now. What does $1 million buy you? Not a lot. And so I would like council to consider, if you remove that, how are you going to get that back again? So there's, to me, the risk of it. Now, I do appreciate that asset management is very important, and we really need to, consider everything we can in order to build those reserve values up. I just think that removing the capital tax would be potentially a step backwards.
Thank you for your comments, GM. Councillor Foster.
Thank you. I'm not, at this point in time, it's not, I'm not asking to remove it. And we could have a long debate about if there was no $1 million in the base, that the 5.4 levy would be 3.9. So but we're not going to go, I'm not going to go down that road. What I'm suggesting, and the reason for the suggestion is, it's about the priorities. And I think we realize that the struggles, everybody out there is being asked to do more with less. And so in this municipality, if the wish of council is that, we realize that we can't be all things to all people. We've talked about staying in our lane, we've talked about all this kind of stuff, and we've talked about the projects that we're trying to do, is that if the capital tax levy is referred to in any way, shape, or form as discretionary, yet the asset management is considered, I've never heard anybody refer to asset management anything less than necessity. So then the answer is, if we move things around to start topping up that asset management and reduce our dependency on yet another reserve fund that really is taxation from the base, that's why I was trying to get in my head, the motion was, and I referred to it as 1%, I'm referring to that as $410,000, whatever equals 1%, that it just be eliminated from capital tax, but put into the levy this year. Or however, I would look to an expert like yourself to say, your methodology is wrong. I can get there by doing it this way. I'm just conceptually saying that, and to me, it's just responding to the needs of necessity versus discretionary. That's all. I'll leave it.
Through your worship to Councillor Foster. So what you could consider doing is, relook at the projects that are included in your capital tax, if that's the part that you're saying is discretionary, and take those projects out of that and fund a project that you used asset replacement for through your capital tax. So that way you're salvaging the value of your asset replacement, because you're really just trading off. If you truly feel that those projects that's using capital tax have more opportunity to be discretionary, then bump those projects and replace them with another project. And there's a project that comes to mind that was $400,000 that was in the asset replacement reserve. That's an option. Now, that doesn't have any impact on your tax rate, and it doesn't really impact that other project. It just impacts the projects that are in your capital tax, if there's some that could be removed from that.
Thank you, GM Bedford. Supplementary, referring to page 5 of 17 of the report, it refers to the asset replacement reserve because of the 18 cuts that were made, notwithstanding some of the things that went back into the report. The town asset replacement reserve was increased to 2.1 million, and an increase to the capital from taxation reserve with an ending balance of 480. So I believe the exercise that we already went through addresses some of those issues. And so the reason for my comment is that we went through the exercise first. We see that the capital from taxation this year has not been utilized because of the wishes of council to eliminate some of those projects. So I just thought, instead of leaving that in there as a surplus, that it be moved to address the concerns of asset replacement.
Sorry, GM, we're just you're a value of information, so both of you are, actually, it's fine, so.
It doesn't have to happen today, I just want to put it out there for consumption.
Could you just clarify then, so you want to take a portion of the capital tax and apply it to the asset replacement reserve in order to not have to increase the asset replacement reserve by the 1%. Instead, we would only use 0.5% for the asset replacement, and the other additional 500,000 or 400,000 that we need we would take from the capital reserve? Is that what you're suggesting?
No, no. What I'm suggesting is that we started out at 1% with the levy for the asset replacement. I'm not, so just recapping the philosophical thought is that capital tax has been referred to as discretionary, and based on some of the decisions of council, some of the projects were removed, thereby giving the town resources more ability to focus on other issues, which I think is beneficial, and I believe most of council does, is beneficial. So if that's the case, and we have this base, my original motion was reduce the capital tax by the equivalent of 1%, which is $400,000. So taxation, which currently is at 3.2, would go down to 2.2, right? And then you would have a 2% levy to asset replacement. But that levy, of course, is discretionary. So next year, council could either make the decision that, okay, you've reduced capital tax by 400. We like the idea that the asset replacement reserve has gone up. Therefore, we'll continue on that philosophy by removing the capital tax, but increasing the asset replacement. So it's really just playing with numbers, but it's removing that discretionary nature that really is a reserve that's just there for items that have been referred to as discretionary. So I just like to see that gone so that the important items, which is asset replacement, which I know is near and dear to you, be addressed.
Mr. Cieo.
Thank you, Mayor Norcross. Could I ask council's forgiveness just for take one moment for Ms. Bedford and I to
Absolutely,
have a little
council. Take a 10-minute break.
Thank
Okay, we're back, council, staff. So I'm going to defer to the CAO, please.
Thank you, Mayor Norcross. And thank you, Council, for the few moments for us to discuss what Councillor Foster was asking us to consider. I believe we have a clear understanding now, and what I think I would like to do, Mayor Norcross, is Ms. Bedford can, I think, very easily demonstrate it on this slide if she assumes sort of control of things for a couple of moments.
We will hand the meeting over to GM Bedford.
Thank
you, Mr. Sorry, through you, Mr. CAO. We will hand it over to General Manager Bedford. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Through your worship to council. So, Councillor Foster, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but this is what I believe you've suggested. So there's the capital funding from taxation, the $1 million that I refer to frequently. Can you, oh, my cursor's not working on there. Oh, there it is, there. I'm on. So this $1 million is the million that we have been, putting into the base for several years now. So Councillor Foster's suggesting, and I'm going to use the number 500,000. Are you fine with that number? Or I could use the number of 400,000. Let's use 400. That represents more or less 1%. So Councillor Foster is suggesting we reduce this number here by $400,000, and we add that $400,000 down to this number here, which is the 1% tax levy. So, or capital tax levy. So this number would become 801,000. This number would become 600,000. The net impact down here, the combined rate, this is the old working sheet, so this has changed during this working session, but this number here would not change. The combined rates would be the same. But what the message would be is that we are not, preparing for expenditures in the capital funding area as much as we are preparing for the requirement of replacing and refurbishing our existing assets. I believe that's the message that Councillor Foster's trying to present.
Thank you very much, GM. I think that clarifies. Sorry, Councillor Foster.
Thank you. Just, I think for the most part, but it really, I think the message is that we need to take care of our house that's currently in order, as compared to just continually going out looking for additional projects. Is that this just speaks to what's occurred in the budget over the last couple of weeks with relation to some of these capital projects. So let's reflect the reality, and if the reality of it is we consider asset management as important as I think you've always tried to preach to us that it is, then our budget should reflect that, and that's what I think this change does.
Other comments or questions from council for clarification? Councillor Biss?
Thank you, Worship. Through your worship to GM Bedford. Just to be clear, though, if council was to do this, the $1 million is already baked in, and we take it down to 600,000. Nothing really changes in the end in terms of whatever the blended levy rate is. It stays the same, except next year we'll start at 600,000. So if we were to then decide that we needed some improvements, let's talk like in Ward 5, the treetops. It's a community that's growing and it's going to need new facilities, new supports. So in order to get those new things that those residents deserve and pay for, we would have to increase the capital from funding from taxation, which would be an immediate increase to the baseline, which would then increase their taxes. Is that correct?
Through your worship to Councillor Biss, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Foster.
Thank you. That's correct, assuming that nobody considers the idea that you can move something out or reduce it. So yes, on the surface, if that's all it is just all we talk about is adding projects, that's a correct statement. But when you spend an extra $100 at home on something discretionary, I would assume most people look to how they're going to cut to $100. So always trying to present things in a fair manner is you want something more, everyone is trying to do more with less. Is that it's not an automatic increase, it's the discretion of this council to determine what the needs and wants are, separate them out, and make the tough decisions. So I just wanted to clarify that point, that it's not always about grabbing more and spending more, it's about cutting as well.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion on the floor Sure, and then I'm calling the vote.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just to Councillor Foster, just to understand, you know, we've got that divide between what we have and what we may need. As we attract more and more new people to our community, those people are going to ask of us, they're going to ask of us to improve their services and to provide them with new capital, et cetera. And at the same time, the existing residents are going to also demand more services, and they're going to want to have their current level of service kept the same. So it doesn't have to be a zero-sum gain. We can grow our community by bringing more people in, which will attract more revenue, which will attract more taxation. But we need to also respect the fact that they're going to need new capital expenditure in order to be satisfied with living here.
Okay, thank you for those comments. So,
Waive my right to speak last, thank you.
oh, nope. Go for it. Okay, so it's moved by Councillor Foster, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Do you want to read the motion?
Sorry, can I just clarify, are we using the amount of $400,000?
Councillor Foster?
Okay, that staff be directed to remove $400,000 from capital funding from taxation and move it to the tax levy increase
Capital tax levy increase.
capital tax levy increase to assist in replenishing the asset replacement reserve.
Councillor Foster? Yeah, that captures it. Okay, thank you. Duly moved, duly seconded. All those? Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Just for clarification, Mayor Norcross, and through you to Councillor Foster, what my understanding is, the reduction in the capital funding from taxation is the equivalency of 1%. You would like to see that 1% reflected in the capital tax levy so that it now becomes 2%. Thank you. Thank you. Right.
Okay. So we have the motion on the floor, duly moved, duly seconded. All those in favor, please? That's carried. Thank you. Thank you, GM Bedford. Thank you, CAO. Thank you, Councillor Foster. Okay. I've worked through everything on my agenda that I have. We've worked through just about everything. So is there anything else from members of council? I'm not seeing any. So I'm going to, can I get a copy of our timeline where we're going to go from after today before I adjourn the meeting, please? And while you're just pulling up that, just to recap of where we are at the end of today, please.
Through your worship to council, so this was the last working session, and the staff have several additional information memos they have to bring forward to February 26th council meeting. 27th? Oh, sorry, it says 27th right on my sheet here. And then council will have an opportunity to make the final approval of the additional information memos and the budget at that time.
Okay, so you've heard the general manager is going to ask questions for clarification. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Just to clarify, the budget is coming back right to a council meeting, or is it coming to a committee meeting?
Through your worship to council, it will come directly to a council meeting.
Thank you. So I'm looking around the table. I don't see any hands, so I'm going to move to WS.1, draft 2023 budgets, further deliberations. So that report number FIN 2023 be received, and for that the draft 2023 town and water wastewater budget as prepared and presented by the management team, including adjustments made during working session number 2, February 2nd, 2023 be received for consideration by the Committee of the Whole and be submitted for approval at the February 27th council meeting. Comments or questions? Councillor Cox, you have a comment?
Yes, through you, your worship, if the budget is coming directly to a council meeting, what is the process for the public to have another opportunity to speak to the budget?
No, we need a.
One second, Councillor Cox. Go ahead.
Through your worship, there would be no opportunity for the public to speak to this budget any further, and unless council chose to have a 2/3 vote to suspend the procedural bylaw.
So to clarify then, we have an opportunity to allow members of the public to speak. And just to clarify more on what Councillor Cox, so it's a 2/3 majority to allow members of the public to speak. Everybody understands? Okay, sorry, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Could we not just bring the budget back to a committee meeting? That way the public would have an opportunity to speak, and then it can be ratified at the, I think, March 13th meeting?
Can I add a second to that question? Or could you put it on a committee meeting on the 27th and then put it on the subsequent council meeting? Okay, so we could do it as the committee so that we don't have to have the 2/3. We're giving an opportunity to the public, come out, speak. We can work through it, any discussions, additions, deletions on the committee, then move into then we could have a council meeting after that. So I would look to the GM. Is that feasible?
It's at the discretion of council.
Thank you. So may I suggest to council then that with your pleasure that we schedule it for a committee, then council on the 27th, and that would have an opportunity for members of the public to speak or any additions or deletions. Okay, so who wants to make that motion? Councillor Bess, you're making the motion, or sorry, you're speaking?
I'll make the motion, but also I just want to clarify, then on the 27th, we will have another committee meeting first, then have council, or are we going to have our regularly scheduled council meeting at 6, a committee meeting, and then a special council meeting thereafter?
That's how, yeah, thank you for the clarification, Councillor Bess. That's how I would see it. Sorry, we would go with our regular council meeting, then we would have it on our committee meeting.
And a special council.
And then we would do a special council meeting afterwards, after we've heard from the public. And then, sorry, actually, you know what? Actually, Councillor Cox, would you like to move that? Since you brought it, yeah, thank you. So moved by Councillor Cox, seconded by Councillor Bess. So just to be clear, that's what we're doing. Okay, all those in favor of that motion, that's carried. Thank you. So then the next motion, well, I've already moved that recommendation, that's included. So then we have adjournment, that the Committee of the Whole Budget Working Session number 3 adjourn at, Councillor Foster? 2:13, moved by Councillor Foster. Seconded by Councillor Jacks. Thank you, council. We're adjourned. Thank you, staff.